We are five. Welcome to the Thursday, April 4th meeting of the Palo Alto Architecture Review Board. Can we have a roll call, please?
Chair Balte,
Present.
Vice Chair Rosenberg,
Present.
Board Member Adcock,
Present.
Board Member Chen,
Present.
Board Member Hirsch.
Present.
We have a quorum.
Thank you very much. Next item on our agenda is public comment. Are there any members of the public who wish to address us on any item that is not on our agenda today? Staff, do we have anyone?
I have no raised hands on Zoom or speaker cards.
Seeing no one, move on to the next item is agenda changes, additions, and deletions. Staff, do we have anything?
None today.
Thank you very much. Next item is city official reports. Again, staff.
Thank you. Hold on one second. All right. So we have a number of upcoming items on the April 18th and May 2nd hearing, including a number of housing projects. Our North Ventura Coordinated Area Plan is coming in for another study session, along with the associated ordinance that will go along with that Coordinated Area Plan. We have the pre-approved parklets design will be coming back to the Architecture Review Board, as well as the bird safe glazing and dark sky ordinance. So a number of long-range efforts. We also have the election scheduled for April 18th, which might end up being moved to the May 2nd agenda, depending on, we'd like to have the final board chosen by council before we do the elections. So, and my understanding is that those elections or the appointments interviews will be on the 8th and the 22nd, is my understanding. So upcoming Architecture Review Board projects, we did get one second. We did get a formal application for 640 Waverly, which is a new mixed-use office and 4 residential units. And they're using the housing incentive program to increase the floor area ratio for that project. And it's not on here yet, but because it came out after the packet, but we did receive, I did want to note that we did receive an application this week for 156 California, which will include, okay, which one is the 156? Hold on.
Yeah.
Trying to remember how many.
Stories, about 300 units.
It's about 300 units and max 17 stories proposed under builder's remedy in the Cal Ave area. And then we also did get an application this week for 70 Encina, a formal application for that project, which is over by Town and Country. So I just wanted to note those to you guys.
Thank you, Claire. I'd like to, with my colleagues, complete our ad hoc committee assignments for these various projects. Board Vice Chair Rosenberg and I went through this list earlier this week. Let's see, just working down the list, there's the project at 3980 El Camino Real. And I would like to assign myself and Board Member Chen, if she's willing to be on the ad hoc committee for that.
980.
Yeah, that's 3980 El Camino Real. The next item, 640 Waverly. I would like to assign Vice Chair Rosenberg and Board Member Hirsch, if they're willing to accept that assignment.
Happy to.
I'd like to just be clear with everyone that the project at 156 California Avenue. That's the large building at the Molly Stones Market. I've already assigned myself and Board Member Adcock to be on that subcommittee.
Sounds
And
good.
then we have a project at 70 Encina Way. And I would like to assign Board Members Hirsch and Adcock to be that, Adcock, if they're willing to accept that.
That was 70 Encina.
70 Encina, yes.
Yep.
Okay, the other projects that are unassigned, I did not feel was necessary to assign an ad hoc committee to that. If anyone likes to think otherwise, please let me know now or at some other time. Claire, do you have those assignments down? We talked about this
Yes.
earlier.
Yeah.
Okay, that's all. Thank you for those ad hoc committee assignments. With that, are we done with city official reports?
Yes.
Great. So we're going to move on to our first action item, which is the new water treatment plant. So 2501 Embarcadero Way, recommendation to council for approval of a site and design application and a design enhancement exception to allow the construction of a local advanced water purification system at the Regional Water Quality Control Plant. A design enhancement exception to allow for a taller screening wall is also requested. Before we get started, do we have any disclosures for this project? Board Member Adcock?
I visited the site when it came to the board previously.
Thank you. Board Member Chen?
Yeah, the same. I visited before the last meeting.
Okay, I'd like to disclose that I visited the site. I also had a telephone conversation earlier this week with Shawnee Kleinhaus with the Silicon Valley Audubon Society, who explained to me in greater detail than we have in the public record the importance of turning off lights at night to the greatest extent possible and keeping the lights to the warmest color tone possible. She requested at least no more than 3000 Kelvin. Those are two things that I felt was important to relay back to the board. Disclosures, Board Member Rosenberg.
Same as the others that I visited it last time. I did not visit it this time.
Thank you. Board Member Hirsch.
Visited it again this time.
Thank you. Okay, with those disclosures, let's go to staff report on that. Thank you.
Thank you. So the project before you today is 2501 Embarcadero Way, an advanced water purification system project. Just a brief project overview. The project includes construction of a reverse osmosis permeate storage tank. Includes a pre-engineered open air building, canopy building covering a membrane filtration system, chemical storage, feed system components, and other ancillary components essential to the purification system, and a small prefabricated electrical building right in front of that canopy. And the facility would have a building footprint of approximately 15,544 square feet. I do want to note that this is for the to reduce salinity of recycled water. So last time we came before the Architecture Review Board in November of last year, the key comments from Architecture Review Board focused on kind of the overall context of the Regional Water Quality Control Plant, what's happening there in terms of existing and future facilities that are planned for the area. There were comments about the project's consistency with the Baylands design guidelines and some suggested modifications to better align with that. There were questions about the noise levels, both ambient noise levels as well as the proposed equipment noise levels. There was a discussion about the lighting and how we can minimize lighting, and discussion about the trees and how we can minimize tree removal. So in response, there were modifications to the project plans. This is a visual that's provided in the packet as part of a memo that shows the general area of the Regional Water Quality Control Plant in this area. It shows where in yellow the new head plant facility is planned. There's also some restrictions to plan south on this area where there's a sewer lateral an easement that's also restricting where this facility can go. And then in blue is all the existing facilities in the area. Some of the key modifications related to Baylands design guidelines and noise included changes to the color of the roof structure. There was a red color before. They've changed it to the standard gray or as close as possible to the standard gray that's used throughout the Baylands and recommended in the Baylands design guidelines. The ARB had also suggested possibly using blue hues, and so there were some options provided in the packet plans that showed alternative colors with the blue hue if the ARB is more interested in that color for the roof line. There were also modifications to better screen the equipment from public view, specifically a canopy metal material, perforated metal material that can be placed around two sides of the canopy to better screen from public viewpoints. That the applicant, our Public Works Division, will go into a little bit more detail on in their report. They also changed the chain link to include a black vinyl coating per the Baylands design guidelines. A noise study was provided that shows the baseline noise conditions at the site and details of the project's noise level. And with the distance of the noise producing equipment from the property line in combination with the proposed sound wall, the reduced noise will be code compliant, maximum level of 49 decibels. There were some modifications to the lighting. I do want to note, so when this project came before the Architecture Review Board last time, the lighting was proposed at 4,000 kelvins. But I do want to note that it had been reduced from previous iterations from 5,000 kelvins at that point in time. As you noted in your disclosures, the Audubon Society has requested no more than 3,000 kelvins. The staff report did include a memorandum prepared by a third party analyzing what they felt the safe lighting levels were for this facility and recommending 4,000 kelvins and no less. So lighting is targeted and focused below the canopy. The additional aluminum paneling design will help to shield views on two sides of the canopy to further reduce light spillover. And motion sensors and timers are also provided. And I did include just a color temperature chart that kind of shows generally the color difference that could be expected between 4,000 and 3,000 kelvins, just for your visual. There was also consideration of the trees. There was this kind of tied into the discussion of whether the project could be moved to different location or moved slightly back on the site. Because of the new facilities that are planned at the Regional Water Quality Control Plant, the facility can't be moved further back away from Embarcadero Road to save more trees. But I do want to highlight that there were a number of iterations that happened before this came before the Architecture Review Board last time. It came before the Parks and Rec Commission as well, and they had also commented on trees. And so there were a number of changes made to the design to save as many trees as possible prior to coming to the Architecture Review Board. And then in the most recent version, we also did an update to the arborist report because it was outdated and it didn't reflect a number of trees that had fallen in storms over the last year and a half. And so the arborist, with the updated arborist report, there are now 35 trees to be removed. And I do want to note that these are mostly non-native invasive species. And mostly a lot of eucalyptus and a few others as noted in the staff report. And so they will be removed and replaced with native species. And in the PTC's recommendation on this project, they asked for additional exploration to reduce the color temperature of lighting, consistent with similar comments that came before the Planning and Transportation Commission from Audubon Society. And they asked for additional exploration to provide all native species. So the lighting hasn't been reduced since the Planning and Transportation Commission saw it. It's still at 4,000 kelvins based on the recommendations of the engineering report. But they did update the landscaping plan to be all native with the exception of the climbing vines on the wall, for which an appropriate native alternative was not available. And then I do want to quickly highlight the CEQA analysis that was done for this project. This was actually a project that was born out of a mitigation measure from a 2015 EIR for recycled water. The EIR included mitigation measure Hydro 3D, which required the city to consider treatment options such as reverse osmosis to reduce the salinity of its recycled water and thus make its recycled water usable for irrigation of salt-sensitive species. So in response to that mitigation measure, they prepared the preliminary design, and then in November 2019, in taking discretionary actions to further pursue this project, Council adopted an EIR addendum for the specific design of the project that included more site-specific details of the proposed development. And we are recommending that you consider the previously adopted addendum and recommend that the that the Architecture Review Board recommend approval of the proposed project to Council based on the provided findings and subject to conditions of approval. And Council would issue a final decision on the proposed project, which is tentatively scheduled for May 2024. And with that, I'll turn it back to you and recommend that you hear from our Public Works Division, the applicant.
Thank you for that very concise presentation. So the Public Works Department will present this as the applicant. Okay, so if you could go ahead and do that, you'll have 10 minutes and please do state and spell your name for the record, just to make sure the transcribers get it right. So go ahead, please.
Good morning, Commissioners. I'm Tom Kapuscinski. Last name is spelled K-A-P as in Paul, U-S-H-I-N-S-K-I. I'm a senior engineer at the Water Quality Control Plant. With me is Diego. Go ahead, Diego.
Thank you, Tom. Good morning, board members. My name is Diego Martinez Garcia. Martinez, M-A-R-T-I-N-E-Z. I'm an engineer at the Water Quality Control Plant. I'm supporting Tom on this project.
And also, as part of our team here today, tuning in remotely are Katie Gellerman from Black & Veatch. They are the design engineer on the project. We also have Bob Newbudis from Siegfried, who's the landscape architect on the project. And Jamie Allen, the plant manager of the Water Quality Control Plant, is also with us. And at this point, Diego is going to run us through a quick presentation on the project.
Yeah, thank you, Tom. So the agenda for today, just to provide a quick overview of the project, since we presented a few months ago, and then we'll just run through a few specific points we want to clarify and provide more context based on the comments from our last meeting with you. So the purpose of this project is to improve the water quality that we produce at the plant by lowering the salt content. By providing a higher quality, we can increase the number of customers we have and the amount of recycled water used, reducing potable water demand for irrigation mainly. This project was born a few years ago when council approved recycled water salinity reduction policy. Then council provided direction to staff to move forward with reducing the salt content in recycled water. And last year, they directed us to move forward with agreements, permits, and to issue an invitation for bids. The project location, as Clerk was mentioning, is at the water quality control plant on the west side near Embarcadero Road. The project includes a new permanent storage tank depicted in green on the left, microfiltration and reverse osmosis treatment units under a canopy structure, a blending station in one of the existing buildings at the plant, and a lot of landscaping, paving, and site work around the site, and a new electrical building near the wall. The current schedule for the project is we went through finance committee and council last year. We're working on permitting and financial agreements, including this planning entitlement. We're hoping to issue an invitation for bids in the fall of this year and estimating our construction to start in early 2025. Have construction be completed by mid-2027 with this facility operating then. And this slide shows you like a big picture of the water quality control plant on Embarcadero Road. We can see how the site is pretty constrained. I'll just walk you briefly through it. The buildings shown in yellow provide some of the wastewater treatment, starting from the middle portion, and then the wastewater runs back and forth between the processes. Buildings in or areas shown in orange provide like future facilities, and I want to focus specifically on the left part of the illustration. So the left part of the illustration shows the advanced water purification facility with this project in the middle. On the left, we have Embarcadero Road. Down of the advanced water purification facility, we have an East Palo Alto sewer easement and a sewer line that conveys all wastewater from East Palo Alto, one of our 6 partners. And then on the right, we have existing facilities, a new pumping plant for the influent wastewater. And then the space above it is already currently used as an empty chlorine contact tank, but it's envisioned to be used for a new headworks project, as Claire was alluding. And the image on the right shows the future headwork project footprint. And the reason we're mentioning this is we can't move the AWPS facility towards the plant because the space is already going to be taken for this future project. Going back to our project, the architectural features are this pre-engineered open-air building canopy, which we included rendering in there with updated color. There is going to be an electrical building housing motors and electrical equipment. It's a custom engineered heavy-duty modular building. The project also includes an arrow permeate tank made of glass-lined bolted steel, which will store 350,000 gallons of the product water from this facility. The color is forest green, and we also updated the chain link security fence. You can see on the bottom picture, that's what we currently have on the plant, the black vinyl laced, and a new pedestrian path to replace the current sidewalk. One of the latest modifications to the project was the addition of these aluminum laser metal panels to help shield some of the lighting coming from the roof and also provide some screening from the outside. We selected this pattern that resembles leaves to match the existing trees and the future ones, as well as a green color. And you can see a couple of examples there of the canopy screening concept. In our previous meeting, we were also asked to provide more details on the exterior wall, in particular the look of it. It's a 10-foot high concrete sound wall to prevent noise from escaping the site and also to provide some blocking views from the outside. It's a wood panel form liner texture and will have a color stain in this combination of colors. This is on the left is a figure of how it would look like with the horizontal form liner. And then the picture on the right is an actual installation in Sacramento. Finally, the plans you reviewed and you have with you contain update renderings as requested. Also, we revised the transcript screening like Clerk was mentioning, modifying some of the species selected based on Planning and Transportation Commission feedback. Finally, the design also includes an information on all educational placard to be installed outside the facility so people know what's going on in there. With that, my boss, Tom Kapuscinski, and myself would like to thank you for your attention, and we'll get back to board member or Clerk.
Thank you very much for
Thank
that
you.
clear presentation. Next, we will open our meeting to public comment. Do we have any members of the public who wish to address us on this project?
Yes, I have one raised hand on Zoom from Dashiell Leeds.
Hello, my name is Dashiell Leeds. I'm the Conservation Coordinator for the Sierra Club Loma Prieta chapter.
Good morning. Excuse me. Could I ask you to spell your name for the record, please? And then to be clear, you have 3 minutes.
Sure. Yeah, that's Dashiell, and the last name is Leeds. I'm with the Sierra Club Loma Prieta chapter. Here to talk about the joint letter that our chapter and the Santa Clara Valley Audubon Society sent in regarding correlated color temperature of lighting. We do ask that you keep this color temperature below 3000 Kelvin or below. Artificial light at night can cause a variety of negative impacts. It causes attraction and disorientation for wildlife, leading to a loss of connectivity as wildlife simply will not go from one area to another. Lighting interferes with all sorts of key behaviors such as pollination, foraging, and migration. Most birds migrate at night, and we're in the Pacific Flyway, so that could be an interference as well. I do also want to talk about the circadian rhythm disruption of lighting. In the staff report in which they talk about why they want some of the higher correlated color temperature lighting, they talk about alertness, but the disruption of workers' circadian rhythms is also harmful to these people. Studies have shown that regularly disrupting circadian rhythms can lead to increased health risks of cancer, stroke, and diabetes. So we do hope that for both benefits to humans and wildlife, that you keep the lighting at 3000 Kelvin. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you for your comments. Do we have anyone else, Veronica?
No, I believe that is only one speaker.
Okay, seeing no one else in chambers, we'll close the meeting to public comment and bring it back to the board for questions. I'm going to start very quickly to the applicant. You referred to a proposed future building as Headworks. What does that mean?
Sorry. Headworks is the initial phase of the wastewater treatment at the plant and includes pumping station when we receive all the sewer from our partner agencies to pump it to higher level to be treated at the plant. Also includes grit and screening and to remove like the larger solids and also like grit that comes in wastewater. So it's a key component of the treatment plant to protect pumps and equipment.
So it's not a headquarters, some sort of administrative type facility.
No. It's
No.
like industrial like pumps and and it's
Thank you
vital for the plant. And also I just want to mention our existing facility is almost 50 years old. So it's in need shape of a need of replacement.
Thank you for your response there. Any other questions of the applicant or staff? Board Member Adcock?
Yeah, I have a couple of questions. Thank you. So can I jump in? Regarding lighting, I have a couple of questions. I know, Claire, you mentioned that there'd be motion sensors and timers, but what is the staff pattern in this space that needs lighting? I know we read a lot about, safety of the work environment. Is it going to be staffed like overnight? Like, does it need to be lit up overnight?
Yes, the facility is staffed 24 hours a day. We have operators and mechanics at times, traversing the entire facility. So they will need access to this area. We have designed it such with lighting sensors and such to turn off lights in the area when there's no one in that area working. That's one of the design changes that has been incorporated to try to compromise on this lighting issue.
On like, say, a given from sunset to sunrise, is it pretty much very rarely that lights would be off or rarely that lights would be on? I'm just trying to understand like the pattern.
I'd have to say that operators do rounds. They'll be coming through the facility, checking on things. I would imagine for the most part, after doing the rounds, then the lighting will be off. In the event that there's an issue where a mechanic or something needs to provide some service, that's a different situation.
Yeah.
Thank you. On what I also, kind of staying with lighting, just directly under the building is obviously what we're mostly seeing on the plans and the light level calculations. But just, I'm on packet page 52. Where the building is kind of lightly drawn over the light level pattern. When I go to the right of the page, that's where the existing equipment is and the future headworks site, correct? So is there additional site lighting beyond that is not factored in this light level calcs? Or is this purely from the canopy?
This drawing, this photometric drawing showing the lighting on the site is really only for this facility.
So there's additional site lighting around that is also factored.
Correct.
In here, okay. Or should be factored in here, but is not, okay.
But it's also further away and it's somewhat shielded because of this facility.
Okay, and on that same drawing, when I look at the left side where that electrical building is at, then the photometrics is mostly 0. And where the screen is proposed, which I believe is only on one side, right? Can you clarify that?
Yeah, it's on the
left side
on the
only.
left side, as you see that the drawing.
So when we go, it's still staying on the left, but when we go past the electrical building, we're seeing light levels as high as 22, just outside of the canopy. And when we go to the top of the page, I guess northeast, then it's as high as 27. And similarly on the bottom side in the plan, we kind of hit 20s. And I read that, the light levels are being cut with, shielding. Is there any further improvement that can be done to not leak light outside of the canopy?
We haven't included any other provision for that.
It's kind of, from all the concerns, it's for night sky, bird migration. It's under the canopy is one thing, but beyond the canopy where, the site is being lit up seems equally problematic. And one last question on packet page. So page 46, there's a note that says, for instance, the average illumination inside the canopy would be 157 foot candles. Is that correct? Because I'm not seeing that light level anywhere on the photometric diagram.
Yeah.
That is very bright.
Yeah, I think that's a typo. I think it should be 15.7. I think
Okay.
that's the average. But yeah, 157.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's good to know. But yeah, overall, I am concerned about, one is the color temperature and the other is just brightness and, after dark, 26-foot candles leaking outside of the building is very bright. We do 1-foot candle for parking lots.
Questions.
Yes, so that's my question or comment about light levels in this area. Thank you.
Any other questions of the applicant or staff?
Yeah, and can I actually piggyback off of the lighting comments? So my biggest question is, why does it need to be 4,000 to 5,000 kelvins? Why is it difficult to bring it down to 3,000?
Well, it's really based on the Illumination Engineering Society guidelines for industrial facilities. And they do recommend 4,000 to 5,000 K for adequate lighting for doing, maintenance tasks, operating tasks around the facility safely.
And so that's a safety concern. Is it a building code requirement for industrial buildings? Or is it a recommendation?
That's a recommendation.
Okay. And does that have to do, because the color temperature and the foot candles, like lumen output, they're two sort of separate questions. Is there anything that the color temperature could potentially negatively affect in terms of the equipment? Or is the concern just that it'll be too dim for people to see?
It's the latter. It's
The
Too
second
dim.
one. Yeah.
we want to have safe working conditions because we have quite a few staff that are at the facility when it is dark.
How many people work there?
Our plant manager, Jamie Allen, probably has a better idea of that if he could comment on it.
All right, Jamie Allen, Public Works Department.
Hi, Jamie. Thank you.
Plant
for coming
manager,
in.
hello. We have 58 people at the plant. About 14% of them are assigned regularly to nights, and about 80% of the workers do work parts of their shift during the night. And about just under half of our plant staff are operators that are paid night shift differential because they work night shift work.
Okay, so at any given evening, how many people would you expect to be inside this area?
There's 3 to 4 people assigned night shift. That's 6 p.m. to 6 a.m. Obviously, nights don't fall right on that time frame, depending on the time of year. But for the people assigned the 6 p.m. to 6 a.m. night shift, there's 3 to 4 people, and there might be one person passing through during their 12-hour shift, and then the lights come on, lights go off. If, like Tom was saying, if there's electricians there trying to deal with wiring issues or look at instruments, there might be 2 or 3 other maintenance staff come over, say 4 a.m., 5 a.m. to work on something. So there'd be a few people in the facility during the night at various times. And there are other times it would be unstaffed.
Okay.
And it's going to be working off of computer control, so it's automated. But things have to be checked.
Okay, understood. And just to sort of follow up to that, just we're trying to get a level of understanding here. So for the most part, things, it's sort of it's the exception when something actually needs to be fixed or when something is going to be sort of a dangerous situation. Is that a safe assumption to make? Or is this sort of a regular thing that you're sort of dealing with moving parts and mechanical issues that could be dangerous at any moment?
It's regular. It's not continual. We have chemical deliveries. There's very dangerous chemicals like caustic, hydrofluoric acid, hydrochloric acid. Those delivery trucks could be there at 6 a.m. when it's dark. And we need proper lighting for people working. If there's a chemical leak at 3 a.m., we need them to have proper lighting to address a chemical situation. The warm lighting, the moonlight type lighting is not conducive to the alertness that we need for an industrial facility.
Understood. Okay. Thanks very much for the explanation.
Board Member Hirsch, questions?
Just one question. How far from the southwest wall, the wall that's kind of parallel to the most southerly property line, is the sewer line that, the water line that's been mentioned a couple of times now?
The East Palo Alto sanitary line, that's the easement for that line. We've parked the facility as close as we could to that line without without intruding onto that easement that they have for that pipeline.
Could you tell me what the dimension is from the design wall? That's the question I'm asking.
I believe it's a 20-foot easement.
The easement is 20 foot wide, so the distance will be 10 feet
10
from
feet.
the center of the pipeline to the kind of southernmost corner of this facility.
It's 20 feet to the easement for that
No,
line?
10 feet only,
feet.
and the easement is 20 feet, like to the both sides of the pipeline. So the distance would be 10 feet
10 feet from the center line.
from the center line.
Do you have to maintain that dimension completely, the 20-foot dimension?
Yes, it's a requirement. The East Palo Alto Sanitary District has that easement, and we have to honor it.
Yeah.
In case there's
No,
any.
no,
So on sheet C10-101, it shows, it's very light, but literally is like at the easement line. Like, they can't move an inch further into it.
let me look at those.
Yeah.
That's it, huh? Is it right at that sort of the corner closest to
To
Embarcadero? It's tight to that line?
correct.
And if you were to shift the building at all, what would happen?
Shifted towards like the interior of the plant.
So you took advantage of whatever dimension you might be able to gain to the south side.
Yes, correct. And as we mentioned, we're constrained in the east and northeast parts because of the existing equipment and future equipment and treatment we have to place in there, like headworks. We're also tight, squeezed, with this East Palo Alto easement. So we tried to place this facility, in the only, location we could based on the other restrictions we have on the site. It's unfortunately a very constrained site where we have to balance multiple restrictions all around it.
So let me ask just one other question regarding the location of facilities. The tank itself, first place, it's 30 feet tall, the new tank?
Yes, correct.
So the distance between it and the existing tank and the existing huge round structure there, whatever that is it limited by any regulation,
No, it's not, but we're reserving that area for our new Headworks facility, as Diego talked about earlier. I mean, the original Headworks was built when the base plant was built in 1972. And that structure is very old, and it's one of the most critical components in the plant. And right now, we've just begun planning for the new Headworks facility, and it's slated to go where that old tank is located on the drawing.
on the drawing? Which drawing are we looking at for that?
It's actually on the staff packet in this memo.
It's the tank that's located to the south of the facility.
Yeah, packet
Page 43, although let me bring it up on my presentation because it's
Yeah,
a little bit more visible. Hold on one second.
Thank you, Claire.
Yeah.
Yeah, packet page 43.
Hold on one second.
Yeah, thank you, Claire. Yeah, so the facility is shown in yellow and well, it's orange yellow. It's a future plant Headworks facility.
Oh, so that's replacing
The tank. Yeah, so we're demolishing that. Yeah, the
I
tank.
see.
Unfortunately, we're
Okay.
so constrained on site. We have to do things like this in order to keep existing equipment running until it's replaced.
I see. Okay, yes, that's a,
Thank you.
Okay, yeah. I think that's pretty clear. So at the present, yeah, okay, let's leave it till at this little later on. Yeah, thank you.
Any other questions, Board Member Chen?
Yeah, I do have a question still regarding to the lighting. So I want to know whether we have any existing status, like since this facility is building on the existing property, and what the lighting temperature and is there any lighting study for the existing conditions, and like other than the new facilities under the canopy, is there any other structures that also require the similar lighting requirement?
Throughout the whole facility, we're using 4,000 to 5,000 K lighting temperature.
Okay, so if you open the overall site plan, the entire site plan, other than this area, is there any other, like, all the other structures all have the same requirement, like 4,000?
That's correct, yes.
Okay, thank you.
Board Member Adcock?
Thank you. I have one small question. I think in your presentation, you had the vinyl fence. Is it just chain link but vinyl? There's no privacy like fabric screen over it. Is that correct?
Correct. It would be just, plain the black one.
Okay.
Yep.
So it's like 2-inch spacing.
Yeah, the
Okay.
standard, I don't know if it's 2-inch, I think it is.
Typical, okay.
And
All right.
for this project, we only have a small section of chain link. It's,
Yeah.
yep.
On the top side in the plan. Okay, thank you.
And hopefully one of the final comments, it's actually exactly about that chain link fence. On packet page L00005, sorry, not packet page, on the booklet page. The left sheet, so L00004, image F, screen wall and fence along pathway. So that's an image showing this green tank with the chain link fence right next to it. My question is, can you extend the sound wall 10 more feet? The sound wall fence is quite attractive. The chain link fence is not. And that area right there where the tank gets very close to the pedestrian path, like I know it's a small nitpicky thing, but if that wall could be extended, is that something that's feasible, or is there a reason for having the chain link fence?
Yes, there is. Actually, it was because the fire department wanted a gate access into the facility.
Okay, all right. So that's got to be that whole length there from basically on the packet page 005, from that point that's sort of marked with the 4, when it transitions from sound wall over to the right in a chain link fence, that has to all stay chain link.
Yep.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Do I understand that we have the landscape architect with us as well this morning?
Yes,
That's
Yeah.
correct.
Mr.
I'd
Bob.
like to ask them to just describe the landscaping design for a few minutes here. It seems to me a lot of work has been put into that. Could we ask them to do that, please?
Yeah, I think Mr. Bob Norbudas from Siegfried is on the line. I think he can chime in and provide that explanation.
Could you just take a few minutes and describe what you're doing on the landscaping, and especially how you're keeping it to be native land plantings?
Okay, my name is Bob Norbudas. I'm with Siegfried Landscape Architect, Norbudas, Norbutas.
Thank you.
I had worked on, our group has worked on the projects for the past 10, 15 years. So we understand the Baylands requirements for screening of the facility through Preserve Master Plan, and that the planting transitions from the bay down Embarcadero, the plant material was to be appropriate for both the influence of the bay as well as the plant material that would accept recycled water. So we had put together studies to find the appropriate plant material that would accept that. There were even previous studies on the interior of the facility testing the water against domestic water to see what salinity plants could tolerate. So we've learned a lot from that. And this previous submittal, we were mixing plant material that was found successful inside the plant as well as outside, but we did not stick to strictly natives. The previous reviews request us to study the plant list from the Bayshore Precise Plan from Mountain View. And so we took that list into account into this final palette. The plant material is at this point all natives, and they appear to be accepting of salt tolerance and would be appropriate plant material in this area for both application and just the microclimate that they're in. This is the first part of the facility that is pushed this close to the public space. Previous projects have been deep setbacks so that we had room for layers of plant material and layers of trees that would naturally grow out. The request was to find a way to screen the facility with native plant material and still create a safe space for the walkway corridor. At some points, you can see the wall does get pretty close to the pathway, but we were able to configure the layout of trees and layers of large shrubs down to ground covers to fit appropriately with the safe space. We even have required that plant material be planted a couple feet back from paths so that they can grow to their natural shape and have less hedging and cleanup for maintenance. So we had placed trees within the wall areas and also created those notches to create more interest. And so we've combined both different sizes of trees so that they had more of a naturalized look. So we had some 15 gallons and 36-inch box so that we start with a variety of heights as well as groupings and clusters of shrub materials. That in combination with the very naturalized look of the stamped wall, we felt would be appropriate for the Baylands Preserve area and the look that was intended in the master plan. I think if there were any other questions, we generally were following that trend and being very appropriate. We do show midway along Embarcadero a educational sign to be installed, just as we have down at the point, which points out to the public what is going on behind the facility wall, as well as what kind of plants are out there and why they're out there and how they are appropriate for the use of recycled water.
Thank you. To follow up, I'm looking at some of these very nice renderings, and there seems to be a series of trees with bright purple foliage along the edge of Embarcadero. And to save me the trouble of working through your detailed drawings, what are those trees, please? They seem to be very prominent and visually pronounced.
So those would be the closest if we were to point out the strawberry tree. So somewhat of a challenge to create the actual color in the renderings to be appropriate to the exact plant material. So apologize for that. The point would being that there are some blossoms and some trees that are chosen that would have a color to it.
So I'm looking at
But
rendering.
not the rich purple.
Oh, so the rich purple is not necessarily accurate to.
No.
It doesn't look like a strawberry tree, as I understand it.
Yeah, exactly. It was appropriate that there's an intent that there is some color out there, but certainly not appropriate as an exact replica of the tree selected on the plant palette.
Wow. Are there any other images or discrepancies then in these images that are not accurate? If I look at image F, just between the pathway and the tank, there seems to be a very large tree there. Is that existing? It looks like an existing eucalyptus even. I'm just trying to get to the detail of it because your renderings are very appealing. And I think we want to be sure that the plant is as screened as possible.
Yeah.
It's disturbing if they're not accurate. Is there anything, what other plants are you putting in here to serve as screening plants? Say this.
Like the tree, that's a sycamore tree that would be shown to screen the recycled tank,
So
the RO tank.
So in image F,
Yes,
tree on the left of image F,
it would be a sycamore.
it's a sycamore tree. And how about the yellow one then in the center of that image with the yellow foliage?
Poplar cottonwood.
That's a poplar tree
Yes,
with yellow foliage.
as it yellows. We were doing our best with the illustrative concept of the feel of the space and the plant material?
Yes. Okay. Well, thank you very much for those clarifications. My last question is to staff really regarding the lighting again. What sort of conditions can we put on the control systems on the lighting to ensure that it really is kept off unless it's necessary to be on? How does that get phrased and how does that get enforced?
Well, they are proposing motion sensors, so we could certainly have a condition of approval that requires motion sensors to be placed on these lights, consistent with what's proposed, but just to reinforce that that will be installed.
Could we have a condition rather than telling them how to do it to say that the lighting may not be on at night unless there is a service or maintenance need for it to be on, something that's more driving out what we want. Motion sensors can be overridden or turned on and off. And what I fear is that over time, it may be too difficult or something to have them go on and off and they just get left on all the time.
Are you, well, I mean, if they're motion censored, then they wouldn't be on unless somebody
Typically, a
is,
motion sensor has a setting. After motion is detected, how long does it
for a
stay
certain
on
period
for?
of time.
So they leave it
Yeah.
on for 10 hours afterwards. And yes, it's on a motion sensor, but no, it does not accomplish our objective.
Sure, I mean, we could work out a condition of approval about the timing, but I think I would definitely need to work on what the appropriate timing would be for that in coordination with our team and the engineering recommendations, because I don't personally know what the appropriate time frame is for that.
Right. I'm just thinking
So-
if we were to put some sort of condition that if they're not necessary to be on, they should be off.
Mhm.
And
Yeah.
how the details of that go are fine. And then the enforcement of that really is complaint based, is it? Or is the staff actually do something to check that on a regular basis?
It would be complaint based, I would think. We're not going to be going out on a regular basis to double check it, but if somebody expressed concern that it was being left on all night for some reason, then we could then go out there and confirm.
So then having that condition gives you the basis to enforce a complaint.
Yes.
Great, that's what I wanted to clarify. Okay, any other questions?
Kind of related to motion sensor as well, because the facility is quite high, but it's also very full of equipment. So presumably, a motion sensor going off on one end would pretty much light up the whole space. Is that a fair assumption? It wouldn't be like regional to one area just because of all the clutter is not the right term, but you have a lot of stuff in the space.
That's probably true, yeah, that if a motion sensor goes off, it's going to light up an entire space.
Thank you.
Okay, Board Member Rosenberg's going to start our comments on this project. Thank you.
Sounds good. All right, I want to thank you guys for your presentation. I think this is a tremendous improvement from what we saw last time. I really commend you for your efforts here. The landscape plan is beautiful. If anything, I actually am a little bit disappointed to hear that there aren't more purple trees because they were quite lovely in the renderings. That being said, I think that the steps you've taken forward are notable. I understand the constraints of the site, so I have no issue with the placement. I understand the lighting difficulties. Actually, really, that was very helpful, right? Because 3,000 Kelvin to us, you seem so, well, no brainer. How come you can't do that? And I think that your explanation really clarified that point for me personally. And we do want to ensure the safety of our workers. I think that's a very, very important point to make sure is known. But I appreciate the motion sensors, things like that, that really, because this is Baylands, this is an important natural area that we really want to maintain, that we want to respect the wildlife that is living there. But I think that finding a 4,000 kelvins on a motion sensor feels like a reasonable compromise. The panels that you've chosen for some of the light shading as well, I think are quite lovely. I think that they really go with the natural environment of the Baylands. My one concern is something that Board Member Adcock pointed out, that they seem to be only on one side of the structure. And while that north facing side, I understand that it's more of a gable face, so it's a little harder to get those panels in there. I would encourage you to consider putting them on that facade as well. There is that walking path does turn that corner. It would be visible from that walking path, and it would be visible from the Bayland. So with those concerns about light spillage, I think some additional perforated panels in that direction would be very valuable. The gray color of the roof is great. I think it's much better than the red, much, much better. And finally, I really appreciate the sound wall, the naturalness of it, the look of it, the sort of the undulations of it moving in and out and allowing for that landscape. I think that's really quite an elegant feature. So I would commend you guys in your efforts. I appreciate the sound diagrams to understand that. I appreciate the lighting diagrams to understand that. And I think you guys have done a commendable job. So thank you.
Thank you.
Who wants to compliment, counter?
Or dispute.
Board Member Hirsch, you ready?
If, Veronica, did you get a photograph? Yeah, thank you. A little bit less positive than my previous board member. What seems to me is that reality is that my first impression was that wouldn't it be nice if we had been able to keep all the trees, but you're basically in a situation where this is a mechanical plant, a huge mechanical plant with a very big staff, et cetera. I recognize that there's an awful lot going on here, and dealing with it has been quite a challenge for you. And I appreciate the thinking that's going into that. You're making the waterworks part of it work very, very well. And if you had a bigger site, you could do something else, but you're within the constraints of what you're dealing with there. But the reality is that we haven't been shown everything. And to be honest with you, you're giving us engineering drawings and rather than specific section drawings. And I'm sort of disappointed that the issue of that water line that comes into, that's your easement, that's a restriction on the south side, is quite a restriction on any change in the site plan. But I've done a little drawing, which you can see on the board here, or you're in front of you. And the thought of this is that I'm going to give up on the concept of it being like a forest as you approach the Baylands, which is interesting even if they're the wrong trees. Interesting in that it sort of leads you to our big public space there, you know, and the openness and wonderful quality of the Baylands, and recognize the fact that your waterworks is predominant here and important in that respect. But there's always an inch or two that you could move one way or another here, you know, so I would hope you keep somewhat of a flexible mind towards that. And in particular, I'm thinking of the location. What I'm proposing here would be a location that may not work with the easement at all, but it's sort of switching the building around in such a way that because it's almost a square building, almost can be moved that way. But in order to make the 30-foot tank less visible, the possibility of some more planting, because what you're talking about here is the fix of the wall and the pathway along the street edge, and the future works, which you haven't really shown us yet, except in today's drawing, sort of. We haven't had it in our set to look at. So I was hoping there'd be enough flexibility that you could move that permeate tank 10 feet or something, because every foot counts a lot in what you see at the wall's edge there. When it's as close as it is now, it's probably close to 10 feet based on your scale right now. But if it were 20 feet, you wouldn't see it. You'd really be free from that. And there's a benefit to that. You know, it's a benefit both to your landscape person, who frankly, I think is extremely sensitive to the issues, your issues and the nature issues. From the way he described what you're going to be putting in there, I think it's reasonable to assume that he could, if you were another 10 feet, squeeze another tree out front and it would begin to do what I think what you actually would like to do there. And I'm thinking of the screening, the leaf structure, the fact that it's going to be green looking, because that's going to be very much seen. And I think it's very appropriate and fits into the nature of the site much better. So if there were any possibility to move it over that then clears the easement by a little bit, I would think it'd be worth it for the main building. And then the tank itself, if that could move 10 feet, that would be fantastic. I'm giving up on the tree idea. Your facility's important, very important. So I agree. But any movement that you could do with this without making it impossible for you to design the future works there would be worth it. That's really, I think that lighting, of course, is important for the birds, but that also has to work for the people who are going to be working there at the same time. And I think turning it to directing it to where it needs to be directed to is almost more important than, I don't want to say that that we should hold to the Audubon numbers or not. We're not in a position really to say that one way or another. And so there's a mixture of the need for lighting for the facility and the need for protection of the birds that really you have to negotiate yourselves. But my big concern, which isn't really being emphasized on the board here right now, is that that tank gets moved back. And that if you can move the main facility a little bit, every inch will count.
Excuse me, Board Member Hirsch, could I comment about the tank?
No, please don't. We'll get back to all that when it's in the process. David, I heard you say that you have no opinion on the color temperature of the light, or you don't feel qualified to judge on that. Is that right? I'm just trying to keep a tally of how we're all feeling about that item. Okay, thanks for those comments. Board Member Adcock.
Thank you. And thank you for your presentation. It's already been said, it is a huge improvement from the previous iteration. I am not convinced about the color temperature versus the light level, because yes, like if we take a same fixture and it comes in a range of 3,000, 4,000, 5,000 foot candle, Kelvin color temperature, the foot candle it produces is a separate related thing. It almost seems like we have to, those are two separate choices, I'm trying to say. So light level wise, I totally understand it's a safe working environment is essential. But at the same time, I mean, the difficulty here is that typically we do go for 4,000 to 5,000 foot candle in an industrial environment when it's indoors. But because your facility is not fully enclosed, we're impacting the outdoor environment. Typically outdoor site lighting, we tend to go with no higher than like 3,500, typically 3,000 foot candles. And so that's for the reasons for not just, pleasant environment, it's for the wildlife outdoors. And it seems like I would urge the project team to lean towards warmer color temperature, even knowing, I understand that you need these bright light levels, even like 33, 35 outside of the canopy, which seems rather bright for the night sky, but I understand the work environment isn't that requires it. But I don't think the color temperature is related to that tightly. And I am not convinced that we need to go higher than 3,000. Other than that, I think one minor comment on the chain link fence. I know the rest of the facility does not have a privacy fabric on it. It would be great if this project, knowing that future projects will probably change the fencing around, would be great to have, just black fabric to sort of address what Board Member Hirsch was alluding to in terms of the visibility from the outside. Like it just dresses it up a lot, and future projects as you go around Embarcadero could follow through with that. It's a small section of it, but I think it would be a start. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you. Board Member Chen?
Thank you so much for your application, and I do appreciate all the changes you made, and we can see all the improvements. As far as the color temperature, I think the 4,000 Kelvin warm color with the controlled system is a reasonable solution. And since we all work with different kind of guidelines, if the industry recommend 4,000 Kelvin is the minimum, then I think there is a reason we should follow it and make the workers safe. And also the landscape design is very attractive, and I think to remove the non-native trees and replace it with a number of native trees is a good move. And for the canopy screening, I think the pattern is attractive and the scale is appropriate. And as far as the roof color, I think it's a huge improvement from the red to the gray. I think that's it. Thank you.
Thank you, Board Member Chen. That's very concise. I think the lighting levels are the biggest issue, maybe tailored to Board Member Hirsch's comments about the tank location. I just don't see any reason not to have it be 3,000 Kelvin or less for the lights. I just don't buy that it's really less safe. I think what you're looking at is a industrial standard design for the interior of buildings, and Board Member Adcock's comments are quite convincing to me that in an exterior situation it's different, and so we're actually applying a standard that probably doesn't really work here, and I just don't see any reason you can't make these 3,000 K. To my colleagues, we have an upcoming very sensitive series of issues in the town regarding bird safety, night sky lighting. This project is in the heart of the Baylands. What place is more sensitive to the birds and to the environmental impact? Why not go the extra step and just get this one simple thing? Try to make the lighting a little bit warmer in tone. Let's give the Audubon Society some credit that this is a good thing to do. It doesn't really take anything much, and it doesn't cost more for the city, and I just fail to see why we wouldn't want to jump on this one. I understand that we don't really know. There's no real proof that either the birds need this or don't, or that it's safe or not safe for workers, but just using my experience tells me that this is not a big deal. So I land on the side of restricting the lighting to 3,000 Kelvin as a color temperature. The second item on the lighting is that I would like to see some fairly tightly worded conditions that the lighting should only be on at night when it's necessary. And I'm perfectly happy leaving staff to come up with that language. But I think it should be something that if there's a complaint in the future, there's a way to enforce lights turning back off again. It's a huge issue for the wildlife there, and this is a very bright facility. And we just owe it to our environment to do the best we can to protect it. So that's where I stand on that. We'll come around on the discussion on that in a second. Board Member Hirsch has made some points about relocating the building in the permeate tank. And I think we went through this last time, David, and the building itself is, I believe, positioned about as well as it could be. I would like, though, to ask the applicant to explain why the tank cannot be shifted a few feet, because I find Board Member Hirsch's sketch is convincing that it could be shifted about 10 feet, and that would make a big difference. So what are the reasons not to do that, please?
Yes, that tank was not placed randomly. It was placed such to allow access from the east side of the canopy structure for a couple of reasons, for maintenance, to get in and access some of the equipment skids, and also for future expansion to bring those large equipment skids in to expand the capacity of the facility. And so the design engineer felt that that was adequate space that was needed to do that, and that's how the tank got placed where it was.
Can you say how much space is between the tank and the new enclosure?
I believe it's approximately 20 feet.
So I'm looking at drawing C05102. And the distance from the edge of the tank at the bottom to the building there looks to be more than 20 feet to me, but
Yeah.
Board Member Hirsch, is there? To my colleagues, this is an important issue. The tank is probably the largest, most visible element here, and it's within, I would say, 10 feet of that sound wall, and it's 30 feet tall, so it will be quite visible. And if it's being located where it is because of a future accessibility or for the need to get. Right, we're not, the larger one is actually quite low. It's not that noticeable, but the permeate tank is 30 feet tall and 10 feet from the edge of the sound wall, give or take. And Kendra's scaling it off now, but
If we assume, sorry, I'm looking at one of the drawings on C10-101. And if we look at that easement lines, and those easement lines are noted to be 20 feet apart. Just started using my paper here, just drawing tick marks. It does appear that that tank, again, this is super rough. It looks like it's closer to 25, maybe 28 feet apart, not 20. But again, like David said, every foot does count here.
An additional explanation for that, for access besides equipment access, is our fire department, when they were reviewing this facility, because of the chemical, that will be running in this place, they wanted access to actually 4 sides of the facility. We were only able to give them access to 3. So they requested, I don't remember the amount of space, but such space that they could run out, come with a truck. Between the permeate tank and the AWPS like main structure, as well as between the wall on the south and the AWPS structure. So that's another reason to have that like a large space in between the 2 buildings.
And that's directly related to this chemical truck unloading area that's attached to the main structure.
Well, that's for trucks to deliver chemicals, but fire department were concerned that we're storing chemicals in there, and they wanted access in case, fire situation or something happened in there. They could have quick access with trucks and their equipment right next to the AWPS area.
And shifting the tank, again, looking at the drawing to the right, laterally, closer to the old storage tank instead, would not change the distance, the clearance to the new building, but that impacts your future plans for the headworks, as you said.
Correct.
Yeah. Okay, so it's a complicated balancing act. We're focusing on the external view from the public point of view. You're obviously focusing on your engineering facilities. The fire department is focusing on fire safety.
Yeah, unfortunately.
All these things are important. Is it possible to do one more round of review to move the tank a little bit, or is it something you're really confident you guys have got the only or best possible location? I mean, I don't think we want to delay your project, but we want to be confident that this is the right location.
Is there a chance to confirm with fire?
I was gonna say, I think that we can, if you guys give direction on what you want us to explore, we could certainly look at what, all the different components of what we're trying to design for. And if there's any possibility to move it a different direction based on the exact distance needed. Because this is going to go to council, so we could certainly explore that at your direction and confirm before we go to council whether any changes could be.
Is that something that we can issue as a condition of approval? Just that there is a better analysis of what clearances are required and just allow it to be, if you can move the building 1 foot down, 1 foot over, you have permission to do so. Is that something that we can issue that way?
Sure, yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, I don't know if we want to.
I hope we don't have to say 1 foot, you know, I mean, really, it's to maximize that distance. After all, you look at the section and it's pretty clear that's going to be very, very visible.
Yeah.
And all of the other facilities, and I managed to go down the little street, you know, the entry area there. And they're a little bit more visible, but they won't be as visible as this will be. This will be the primary item that you see from the street, from the pathway, even from the pathway right there and next to you. So,
Agreed.
know-
And I wasn't implying that it's only going to be moved 1 foot, but I think we should,
Yeah.
if possible, allow for the freedom to them
as,
to make that
as much
decision,
as
get
you
as
can,
much as you can, but leave it.
as much as you can, answering safety issues, all of the other requirements that you have. There always has to be some space that you know, something can move. I mean, even so, I recognize the fact that it's a very tight facility for what you need.
And what if there's the answer is that they can't move it?
Well,
Just out of curiosity, what would the answer be? If it really is what it is and they cannot move it in any close and the fire department needs those clearances, then what?
I don't know. I'm not sure.
Well, I think I'm at the level where I'm comfortable asking them to think about this once more
Mhm.
on good faith. We're all on the same team here.
Yeah, we are.
I think what I'd like you to be hearing is that we feel the public will benefit if the tank can be shifted farther from the
Absolutely.
public right of way.
Mhm.
Whether
I
or
have
not
a-
that can be accomplished, I think between the staff and the Public Works Department, they can hammer that out with our input. So I feel uncomfortable putting an absolute condition that it must be moved or putting any kind of dimension on that. Just because I want this to get done and I want us working on the same page on this. To finish my comment here, when I look at your site plan, I'm looking at the landscape plan L00005. And again, regarding this permeate tank, it seems to me that about half of it is shielded from the road with the new concrete sound wall, but the other half is not. The top area seems to have a length of chain link fence, and then the fence turns upward, and that's where the fire gate is. Why can't the wall be extended that one additional straight stretch to further protect the tank again, further shield the tank? To my colleagues, it's just the small segment of fence which has the keynote 4 directed towards it.
Claire, is there any way you could pull up one of the site plans just so we can mark it, make sure everyone's
Yeah,
on?
Sure, let me
Kendra could
see
do
what
her
I can
magic.
Do my little iPad magic here.
But again, to the Public Works, is that an unreasonable or too difficult request to just extend that wall one more segment? I can see we're leaving the chain link fence sort of adjacent to your new headworks facility is fine. And maybe when that new facility gets designed, you have other requirements there. I'm a little bit skeptical why the fire department wants an access fence when they'd have to traverse 20 or 30 feet of landscaping to get to it. Most fire marshals want a pretty intense paved surface to drive across if they're going to do that.
Yeah, sorry, board member, we're looking at the actual drawing here.
Yeah, we want to pull up the drawing
Okay.
on the screen and then we can all look at it.
Doing my
So-
best. It's moving
L-
slowly.
No, it's L. That's it, yeah. Could that section also be a concrete sound wall?
Yeah. Yeah, I think we can look and change that. I think originally we had 2 access for fire, and then we just kept one and kind of didn't change the chain link to wall. Maybe I'm trying to remember the reasoning, but we can look into it. And if there is no reason for an access, I think we can replace that with a wall.
Okay, well, I'm pleased if we can change that wall to a concrete wall as a condition of approval. And then if we can request that they consult with other members of the design team to see if the permeate tank can be shifted farther away from the sound wall. So any other?
Yeah,
Board
just
Member
kind
Ratak,
of,
go ahead.
thank you. Related to the same thing, if we go to L00011, it seems like the density of tree planting is the lightest around that permeate tank, also because of that bump out of the sound wall. I feel like if we can get at least one more tree in that area, even if that means the pathway gets slightly closer to the street, I think that would also improve that a bit, quite a bit, because, yeah, I agree with the extending the sound wall. Even if it's not the entire length of the chain link fence, maybe partially, halfway, 3/4 of the way, as much as you can, and then add one more tree in that area to densify the planting right as the tank gets closest to the street. Thank you.
Okay, so I'm hearing a sense of two conditions of approval here. One is regarding better screening of the permeate tank by A, shifting it farther from the street if possible, B, by extending the sound wall, and C, by increasing the landscaping screening. Are we all roughly in consensus with that? I'll let somebody else make a motion. Okay, so let's come back to the question of the lighting then. Oh, I'm sorry, go ahead.
Sorry, one more question. I had proposed the concept of adding more of the perforated panels to the gable face per board member Adcock's comments that the light does spill out in that direction. Is that something that anyone else on the board feels is necessary?
Possibly, why don't we think about it more? Who can explain better what that is?
I'll give it a shot, because particularly when I look at the light level, the photometric diagram, it's on 3 pages back from the end of our packet. It seems like this, if it's modeled accurately, that perforated screen on the left side of the page is doing a pretty good job blocking the light from leaking out beyond the canopy itself, both on the top, I guess, north, east and southwest side, where it starts, where it's the gable end, does not have any screen. You don't have equipment out there. I understand on the right side of plan, you have a lot of equipment in all the facility. Neither on the north, plan north or plan south, you have equipment that is being manned. But because we don't have the screen, we're not getting any advantage of cutting the light like we are on the west side in the plan. I think it would be great if we can improve that. I did read all of the justification for access, but I think seems like there's the same band could wrap around on the two sides and help a lot with the cutting off the light.
So as I look at the rendering of this, the metal screening goes along the non-gable end, the
Right.
eve edge, where it's pretty easy to attach it to the whatever's header is up
Right.
there. But to put it across the gable end may involve some additional structural work. And how else do you support this thing? I don't know. There's not much detail here how that's built.
Correct.
To the applicant, is it feasible to put this metal screening on two sides?
Yeah, you're saying, yeah, you're correct. We're showing it on the, I guess, the north side of the facility. To add more screening on the east side and west side of the facility. Yeah, we would have to modify the structural members to support that because they are pretty long.
Is that a feasible request for that to be done?
I suppose we can look into it.
Yeah.
It's the peak end, right? It's the peak end. So
But you have a Butler frame on that end. I think adding some miscellaneous framing to add support for the screening does not seem over the
Yeah.
top.
really,
So I see the Ms. Gellerman, is that a member of your design team?
Yep. Yeah,
Would
she's
you like
our
her to,
designer.
would you like for her to address this question?
Yes, I mean, if she can, Katie, maybe you can try to help us
Ms.
with this one.
Gellerman, please go ahead.
Thank you.
What can you help us with on this?
Oh, she's right.
Yeah, hi, good morning, everyone. So I just wanted to clarify for that eastern side, and as well as the western side, we don't have those panels because there is that large equipment that will have to be accessed and removed in the future. And so we don't want to have any of that paneling. It can't impede even overhead in that space. They're going to have to get in with forklifts and potentially cranes at some point for any replacements or equipment upkeep. So we can't really have anything that's up overhead. It has to have that open canopy space on both ends.
Could you clarify, is that for future replacement of one or two parts, or is it for regular maintenance?
There is some regular maintenance that'll be happening along both sides of that need access. But the addition in the future underneath that canopy will definitely need the overhead access as well through that edge.
What is the vertical clearance that's required for just overall absolute design clearance for the structure, for the internal part of the structure?
I'd have to double check the height, but we've got everything measured so that they're able to get those reverse osmosis treatment units installed from the side. And
You
that's
don't
the
know-
height that we've
You
shown.
don't know offhand what the dimension is?
I'd have to check the exact dimension.
'Cause
Is the clearance that you need higher than the 24 feet that your lights are hanging down at? Like, would you have to remove lights to also get this access that you're talking about?
Potentially for that future construction, yes.
And what would be involved if we were to ask for panels there? Would it be a lot of structural work to find a way to support those panels, or could they just be suspended from that gable beam, the frame?
We'd have to check with the structural engineer to confirm if they'd have to add any horizontal beams in addition to what's already there.
Have you checked with the structural engineer for the panels that are proposed going between the vents?
Yeah, on the northern side, there's no access requirement, so they're easily able to modify the structure on that northern face.
Thank you. Okay, colleagues, this is again one of those questions where we don't fully have enough information. So it comes down to trying to decide. I think the light spillage is important, and I think that they probably could work with some screening panels that can be unbolted in the event that you need to really take a piece of equipment out. Yes, go ahead.
Can I just add one thing? Yeah, I think we can look at it definitely. The only thing we won't be able to answer for some time is the actual height that we can get lower to, because the equipment will get selected during construction. Most membranes are similar in dimensions, but we don't want to tell you, yeah, we're going to install 6 feet of panels now and might be able to only do 5 or 4. I think we're kind of list screen through the lighting pendant elevate like height to match that and look into that. But that I just want to note that we wouldn't be able to tell you now. For some time, we can install certain dimension there.
Maybe it's better that could be added as a condition of approval to explore then, as something that we look at prior to building permit.
Yeah,
Actually.
or your building permit.
I think we need to be a little bit stronger than
Yeah,
that.
yeah,
And I have another quick question, because I was coding the 24 feet on the light based on the note on the light level, the photometric diagram. But when I go back to the section on S00008, it says the bottom of the, where the hinge point is on the Butler frame is also 24 feet. That is not how the lights are drawn. So I would like some clarification on what the actual height of the frame itself is, or the height of the lighting. But it seems like, yes, it's more structure, but and it can be designed to be removable. I'm not convinced that a future replacement of equipment justifies leaving it open from now until eternity. I think it can be a bolted type connection that can be removed. I know I'm asking you to spend more money, but I think it is important. Thank you.
Yeah, I support what Board Member Adcock just said. Say that for the record.
I do too. David here. Yeah, it's important to keep this, and both because it's consistent with materials uses around the building, as well, as a exterior view of the building. It becomes, and it really ought to, that should be shaped to the shape of the roof line as well.
Yeah, so as I'm looking at this, the current proposed screening panel, I see the bottom of that panel being approximately 20 feet above the floor of the ground of the building. It's a 24-foot plate height, so to speak, with a 4-foot panel. So I would think a condition that says on those two sides of the building, the screening panel must be in place from 20 feet up. And leave it to you guys to figure out how to mount and bolt that in so you can take it off again. But I think that's a reasonable request.
Yes.
So that would be a second condition of approval. So I want to then come back to the idea of the color temperature and the control systems on the lights. Board members Adcock and I have felt 3,000 Kelvin was a reasonable thing. Board member Rosenberg was confident with 4,000, as was Board member Chen. Board member Hirsch had no opinion.
I can speak at this point then and make it a majority.
I'd like this to be a unanimous conclusion. Folks, this is going to go to City Council in about 2 months. We're going to have members of the Audubon Society complaining about this being too bright for the birds. We want to make our City Council comfortable making an easy decision because we've pushed hard on it.
I go along with a lower number if that's a possibility, or some method of turning that lower number down during the evening hours. So it could be a variable lighting in some way that changes its Kelvin temperature based on.
That may be a big ask, particularly for industrial type lighting. You purchase based on particular foot candles. It's not so adjustable, but you guys would know better. But I think purchasing 3,000 Kelvin while we settle for the light levels that you're showing on the photometrics seems like a happy medium.
Okay.
Yeah, I support that.
Then I can support that too.
Board member Rosenberg, why don't you try to convince us otherwise? Or come along.
Yeah, I think that part of this is it's a delicate balancing act. One is that I'm a big believer in that the safety of our people, especially the people that work for the city, is a top priority. While I have a lot of sympathy and understanding for how this in fact impacts the environmental surroundings, I will place the safety of workers above that. That being said, this is right in the Baylands. I mean, this is really like as close as you can get. The duck pond is there, the old dump is there. This is really right on that boundary. We already have a lot of disruption in this area from the airplanes, from some of that surroundings, the golf courses out there. Now, my hard part is that I'm understanding that the remainder of this site is already designated at 4,000, 5,000 kelvins. So we're taking this one minor sort of subservient spot in this project and trying to enforce this rule on it when the rest of the site is already non-compliant. That being said, every step forward, right? So if this is something that, while there are adjustable lights, right? You can get the lights fixtures that are, dimmable, you can change the kelvins on them, you can do all of that, but those are extremely expensive. So forcing that on a project like this seems unreasonable. As board member Adcock said, right, the lumens, the foot candles, those are separate from the color temperature. So I am being convinced that maybe the color temperature is worth pushing back on, right? If we can maintain the light levels that are needed for the illumination, if there's nothing that's actually color dependent, right? Like if you're working with electrical wires and all of a sudden the green wire looks blue and that's a problem, that would be a good reason to keep the kelvins the way that they are. I haven't heard that so far. It will definitely impact the surrounding baylands. You are as close as it gets to the baylands. I would be convinced that 3,000 is a reasonable ask. But it is hard, right? It is hard, and I understand that your guys you're trying to work on the industrial standards. But this is an outdoor element. It is right on the Baylands, and I think those mitigating factors are enough to sway me.
Thank you. Board Member Chen, do you have any further thoughts on this?
Oh, yeah, I have the similar feeling. Yeah, it's a hard decision, and then I know the site is very sensitive. It's close to Bayland, but also as what Vice Chair Rosenberg just mentioned, just looking at the overall the context, we have airport nearby, and we have other structures in the same site that has higher color temperature there, and so. Yeah, at the first thought, I thought 4,000 Kelvin is a reasonable solution, especially equipped with the controlled system. But I think I'm kind of convinced by board member Eckhart just mentioned that color temperature and the foot candle are two different things. So I would suggest you to do maybe further studies about that, because I think personally I just felt I'm lack of knowledge on whether 3,000 or 4,000 it will have impact to the safety of the workers, or how it will impact the birds during the night, because this site and also the airport, the golf course have been there for decades. And the birds there might already be used to the lighting temperatures, the color temperatures that has been there. And if we change, it could be a good move, but how such change will impact their habit that built over the years, I don't know. I just felt I'm lack of knowledge for this. So, yeah.
Yeah, it's a tough one. It is. I think if I can sort of summarize my final thoughts on this, I think this is where, we've got a plan for the next generation, right? We've got a plan for what's coming ahead. And I think that while the airport is there and has to operate under its conditions, the golf course is there with bright lights, even in the evening times. They do shut off at a certain hour. Nobody's golfing at 2:00 in the morning. And I think that this is a step in the right direction. So as much as this is, it is a difficult point to sort of contend with, but I think that as we move forward, we look towards the next, 20 years from now, having the warmer light temperature is going to be valuable to the environment around it. So that's where I stand.
I think we're in consensus. We need to
Yeah.
have a motion
Yeah.
and hopefully a unanimous vote on this, please.
Do you have
So
something else, Board Member Adcock?
Just one more point is that, yes, it's a small part of this overall project, but there's a future project coming right next to it. And I hope this will be a change in the right direction for the long haul.
Yeah.
So yeah, I motion to support.
motion. You have to make a motion if you're going to do it,
So,
or Board Member Rosenberg. I
I'm
think
happy
Board
to make
Member
a motion.
Rosenberg is going to take a
Sure.
stab at our.
Take a stab at it. All right. I move to approve this project with the following conditions of approval. Number one is that the light fixtures be changed to 3,000 kelvins.
So
Please.
can I interrupt for just a second
Please, go
here?
ahead.
Something else I've been thinking about that I'd like to be a part of this motion in some way. The present fencing idea that is a flexible fence is facing towards the path very directly. And there's a parallel piece that's parallel to the path, which is solid wall. And I'm wondering if you wouldn't think about how this is going to really look, because when you're walking along that path and you need the fire access gate, why isn't it put into the part that is parallel to the path? Because you will then be less likely to look at it than you would be from a longer distance
So
at the
right now,
diagonal. So why doesn't the solid wall continue
right
to
now,
both sides of a fence, and the fence is inserted parallel for the fire department?
so that's the chain link fence right here, right?
Yes.
And then this,
Show that to everybody.
yeah, please, if we can pull up that same diagram we had up before. Claire, thank you.
Sure,
So
give
that's
us-
the area that we had highlighted in red previously, David. So from that point to that point for the public, what we had previously shown in red, that's the area that we're asking be transitioned from a chain link to a concrete.
Concrete.
It-
And the actual opening is in the part that's actually closest to the path and easiest to the fire department. to
They
be
can't get around,
directly
they can't get around the tank.
Perpendicular to the tank.
They can't get around the tank. They've got to get those fire truck access in there, right? This is a much
No,
wider.
they just have
access.
to gain access to that section of tank.
I can't
Okay.
find what it
So we'll wait for Claire to pull up the diagram. While we're waiting for that, I guess we need a little clarification as to the fire access through that
Access.
chain link fence.
The fire department isn't intending
Thank
to
you, Claire.
take the fire truck all the way into the inside of the
Yeah,
site,
but
is it?
it's-
Is it?
Well, they're planning to have access to the site through their front gate, through the existing gate, the vehicle gates at the plant. That fire gate is like a pedestrian fire gate. Oh,
Pedestrian gate?
yeah, a pedestrian gate for them. They asked us to install a new hydrant, public hydrant on the a fire hydrant on the outside of the facility in the sidewalk, so they could hook up like a
And
hose
bring the
it through.
hose in.
and bring through the hose through that pedestrian gate. So they're not.
No, it's
planning-
only a pedestrian gate.
Yep.
It's not a truck.
It's not a truck.
That's correct.
It's a two leaf pedestrian gate.
Uh-huh.
So they can access like them with the hoses and I guess minor equipment they would need, but not for vehicles.
Okay.
We're trying to look at
So
sheet
it's-
L
I'm still
00005.
suggesting that you continue the masonry wall, 10 foot of masonry wall at that point.
Well, I think, David, they've agreed to extend the wall
Mhm.
more like 20 or 30 feet to better shield the tank. And the fire gate is just beyond that. And I don't see why we would want to instead have a fire gate someplace else. And I suspect the fire gate is relative to where the new hydrant's going to be. So
Correct,
firemen
yeah.
could bring a hose through the thing.
And the
I would-
hydrant's very movable, so you could, it's not planned yet.
Sure. They could relocate the hydrant too, but to what benefit is it?
We'll draw on this in a minute. I would argue just David, for aesthetics speaking, I think that you want that chain link fence farther off the path. I think that the sound barrier fence is much more attractive and that having a chain link fence, but I think if you changed, I'm going to zoom in here so I can see what I'm doing because I'm getting old. So this fence here is what we've discussed, changing from chain link to sound wall.
Yes.
I'm going to change the color here. That's the portion that's going to remain chain link. And then David, if I'm understanding correctly, this is the portion here where you think the fire access should be.
Double door, I guess, right?
Correct.
It's a single 5-foot gate. That's just, it's to the left of your blue mark. That's, yeah, right there. That's where the fence is.
Thank you.
Mhm.
You're saying, David, you're suggesting that the gate would be better positioned in the middle of the sound wall, closer to the street?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm sorry, I don't agree.
I disagree on that one too.
I think it's better to keep the fence farther from the right of way. And keep the sound wall intact as a single barrier looking wall. Putting a 5-foot break in that sound wall, I think is not preferable.
I would agree with Board Member Volte here is that I think that it's better off the street. I think the sound wall is actually quite lovely and well designed. Yeah.
No, we don't really have detail. I think, David, that concrete sound wall with the board formed rustic concrete is going to be quite attractive. That's actually a great precedent for how to do things like this in the Baylands. It's somewhat. Well, no, I think the blue line, well, hopefully the new fence helps shield the tank, and the blue line, which represents the chain link fence, is roughly parallel to the pathway in the road, in either situation. Yeah.
I would argue that.
So if the concrete wall is where it's shown in red, that's fine.
Yeah, that's sort of what we're thinking.
Can you
I
turn on your
understand that you don't
microphone
want
if you're
that part.
talking?
Go along with that.
Okay. Kendra, can you please continue with your motion?
Sure thing. I do appreciate getting the comments that we want to make sure we're all on the same page. So, so again, I move to approve this project with the following conditions of approval. Number one is that the lighting be changed to 3,000 kelvins. Number two is that there are screens added to the northeast side gable face of the structure to a height of no less than 20 feet from finished floor.
Sorry, which side? East and west side?
Northeast.
Oh, no, north.
So you want both, so are we looking to wrap the entire building? 3 sides? Oh, see, I thought we were only discussing 2 because that's this Baylands facing side. Do you have a strong opinion one way or the other?
I do in that for migratory birds, they're not just going one direction. And,
I mean, understood.
and because we don't
One direction
have
at a time.
equipment that needs daylight, or not daylight, but lighting on either side, the northeast or southwest, I feel like the same treatment can happen on both.
So then my
On
question.
Sorry, go ahead.
So then my follow-up question would be, why not wrap the 3 sides and leave the gable face open towards the northeast, which is the side that they need to be loading equipment in and out of?
I'm confused, which way is northeast again?
So the gable face that's directed towards the green tank, right? That's the face that they need to be loading equipment in and out of. That's the face that I believe that we were looking to add the panels to because
Right.
it's also facing the Baylands.
Right.
So the suggestion is to also add panels on the opposite gable face, but then why would we leave the non-gable face open? Like, why would we
Because,
leave one side open if that's the
Because
case?
that side, if you look at the diagram on this.
Yeah, the photometric diagram.
And this little corner diagram is where all of the equipment is, that this canopy is lighting up.
So the goal is
that-
to allow the light spillage in that direction, but prevent it from the other 3.
Correct. I'm suggesting we allow light spillage because it is necessary for the work on the one side. But the other 3 sides seems like we could shield it better.
Why not just have these screens on all 4 sides? Be clear, simple. Let them then readjust their equipment location as they see fit. And what Board Member Adcock is saying is that the internal layout pushes lights more to one side than the other.
Right.
Therefore, the screening should be there. It's quite feasible that that would shift over time, or certainly even as through the design process. If the real reason for these screens is to protect the birds, well, the birds don't know which side of the building screening is on.
Right.
I don't know if we're going to do that. Maybe we should just do the whole thing.
I'm okay with that, but my follow-up concern is if we do screen the 4th side, then the light level on this equipment that's outside is going to be lower, and they might end up having to add additional lighting outside, which kind of negates what we're trying to do.
Okay.
But
so
I
keep it
would
back to
leave that
3
up
sides
to the
then.
designers.
Why don't you help us, Ms. Which side, you think the 3 sides are where you think it's necessary?
3 sides, I think, are beneficial and does not get in the way of the function of the building.
I will support that. Let's finish the motion.
Yes.
And
Please.
Claire, at this point, if you don't mind pulling up a document, I'm sure I see you
Yeah.
typing away over there and I'm losing my train of thought here. So I want to
Yeah, I
make
had
sure
a
that we've
few
covered what we want to cover.
points that I was kind of trying to capture too as we were going
Thank you.
along, so. If you want to, yeah, sorry. Some of these aren't part of the motion yet, but things that were being considered, so.
Perfect. So the screen to be added to the northeast, northwest, and southwest sides of the building. Yep, northeast, northwest, and southwest. So that southeast
Yeah.
side spilling out towards the equipment is fine to leave open.
So the sides facing the office building, the Baylands and Embarcadero.
Correct.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah. With a building height of, so bringing those screens down so that the bottom of the screen is no less than 20 feet.
Is that, sorry?
When did we
bottom
know
of the
more
building?
than 20 feet?
20 feet from, did I frame that
Co-
right?
Correct, thank you. Grammatically, no greater than 20 feet above finished floor. Yeah.
Okay.
So it's got to be 20 feet or less, 20 feet or less. Yeah. Thank you. Good catch. Okay, third condition of approval is in relationship to the motion sensors. And how we exactly want to word that. Add a condition of approval related to requirements for motion sensors to reduce lighting on site and set a maximum time limit for these motion sensors. Okay. And then the fourth condition of approval will be extend the concrete wall as indicated with our previous red lines. So I don't know how to phrase that in there. I will do my best that we will extend the length of chain link, replace the length of chain link fence to the next corner. So that sound wall will go from its current ending point down the next length to that new corner. I'll a better way to describe that. I apologize.
It might be easier. It's the entire length of the chain link fence that they're proposing. We're asking to be replaced with sound wall.
The
It's not true though.
the last stretch is, we were going to leave.
I think that's existing. If I am
Existing chain
understanding
link
this
fence.
correctly.
You're right. So let's leave the existing chain link fence and that the soundproofing wall is extended to the end to meet the existing chain link fence.
Okay, sorry.
Okay.
Is that,
Nice typing, Claire.
does that seem right?
All right. I believe that is all for now.
Relocation of the tank.
Ah, thank you. Number 5. Explore the potential relocation of the tank to the inward portion of the property site. Correct, the new permeate tank, the RO permeate tank.
Sorry, can you say again to
Explore the potential relocation of the reverse osmotic tank to move towards the new proposed structure
Permeate tank.
and or the new proposed headworks building. Reverse osmosis permeate. The RO permeate tank stands for reverse osmosis permeate tank, correct? Okay, just making sure we're all on the same page. It's all the same thing. It's those abbreviations. Okay,
So do we
One
have?
more on increasing the planting on the other side of the
Well,
permeate tank, or is that instead of?
oh, so you want to add
Yeah.
the plantings, additional planting?
we can add a 6,
Yeah, why don't you
Condition
do-
of
why don't you
approval.
Do that. You're gonna say-
number 6 proposal is that additional planting be, that planting plan, I'm gonna try and phrase this correctly, that plantings be increased, the proposed plantings be increased on the RO permeate tank side of the sound wall.
is this only if it moves further in or?
Either way. Now that we have a sound wall there instead of a chain link fence, we want a bit more planting.
Okay, that's your motion.
That is my motion.
Do we have a
I got
seconder
through
for
it.
that motion?
I will second with a minor edit on the last item.
First, Trish seconded.
Okay, I will
Okay.
second the motion.
Okay, so now, do we have,
can we ask the applicant whether they're comfortable in to be just required for the first one?
I'm
the
going
three
to,
cell?
I'm
Okay.
going to, but I want to get the motion on the table first.
Mhm.
And then we have a clear idea what we're talking about, and then we want to get their feedback before we vote. So Board Member Adcock, you moved. and
Friendly amendment?
seconded, and
Yeah.
yeah,
Friendly
to
amendment,
this.
just to say that the tree planting be increased. Yeah, or add a
Not
tree.
low planting.
Not
would be
low
tree
planting, I
planting.
want,
Okay, is that acceptable to you?
Acceptable to me?
thank you.
Okay, any other amendments, friendly or non-friendly to this? So I would like to then request to the maker and seconder that we add an additional phrase at the third condition regarding the lighting, set a maximum time limit for these sensors such that lights are only on at night when necessary for safety or operational needs.
It's fine by me. Yep.
Is that
looks
what you
good.
said? Sorry.
So lights are on only at night are as necessary for operational and safety needs. That's correct. Yeah. I
Yeah.
just want to leave it so somebody can make a complaint if they're on all the time. So is that okay?
Acceptable by me?
Is that Board Member
You
Adcock?
gotta say it out loud.
Second,
Okay. Do we have any other input on this motion? So then I'd like to, before we have a vote, see if the staff, if the Public Works Department has any feedback on what we're proposing here. We want to make something that works for everybody before we vote on it.
This is Jamie Allen, Public Works Department. We can agree to points 2 to 6. Number 1 is very difficult for us because of the safety issue, and I'm not sure if our engineer, they'd have to see if their electrical designer be willing to go against the recommendations of the Illumination Engineering Society for an industrial facility. We have had workers get injured at night. And so it's not a trivial issue for us. And we have motion sensors on our other lights, and sometimes they go off when someone's like wiring a panel or something and they have to go wave their hands to get it back on. So the maximum time limit in 0.3, we need some flexibility there. They're supposed to be adjustable for high frequency areas. You don't need to have as long a time of them being on, but in areas where someone might be working for half an hour. Anyway, we already are using motion sensors to reduce lighting at the plant. But then the color, temperature, and the safety of all the various people that will be working there. I know we're not an ideal environment for insects and bats and birds. Here it is inside the sound wall. It is surrounded by paving. We're not expecting a lot of, random mammals wandering around the facility. The birds, the airport to the north of us has parking lights on all night in their parking lot area. And then the street lights have the white 5,000 K temperature all around here as well. And this facility will be off when workers are not there. So we would like it to be the 5,000 for the 4 to 5,000.
Thank you very much for your input on this. Colleagues, I'm willing to suggest that we modify condition number 3 to remove the maximum time limit part on the motion sensors and leave it between staff exactly how they run these motion sensors. As a compromise, really.
No, and while I appreciate the comments that just came in, I would say that I think, the maximum time limit, we're not stating what that is, right? We're just
That's
stating
right.
there should be some time limit, right? Whether it's 1 hour or 2 hours or 20 minutes, right? But we're not trying to understand and make that decision on behalf of the Public Works Department. So I don't necessarily see an issue with that language remaining in there because we're not dictating what that maximum limit is, right? I do think that the Public Works Department has the autonomy and authority to be able to make those decisions.
I think we're covered by operation and safety needs. Those are words that allow for appropriate controls.
Any other thoughts on this? I'm just trying to keep it simple, keep it so. The idea of an electrician wiring a panel and a light blinking
Right.
off sounds dangerous to me.
It's like when you're in the shower and the timer goes off.
If the
and you're
timer's going to
like,
cause that, then I don't want to be the one who specified it. But You're saying we should just leave it as it's phrased, that's how you feel, Kendra?
I feel it's appropriate and that they will be able to set those time limits as they see fit.
Are we all agreed with that then, to keep it as it is?
Agreed.
Okay, colleagues, on the question of light temperature, our motion is a recommendation to planning, to the director. I suggest that we let them sweat this one out. We've come with what we think is the right balance between the safety of the birds and the baylands and the workers, so I'm strongly in favor of leaving it like it is.
Can I make a potential amendment to the phrasing of the first one, that the color temperature of the lighting is recommended to be changed to
No.
3000 kelvins?
No.
Why not?
That's just not saying anything then, Kendra.
Right, but if our recommendation is that, right, and the Public Works Department can't meet that, we're putting a condition of approval on a project that can't be met. That's my concern.
I don't think we're putting a condition that
everything's
can't be met, to be honest, because I've read this technical memorandum several times, and it is the color temperature part of it seems to be mainly about productivity, not about safety, because light levels is about safety.
Yes.
Color temperature is not about safety. I think that's being muddied a little bit here.
Okay.
While yes, it's light interior environments, we go warmer in like hospitality type environments. That is absolutely true, and we do go higher temperature for industrial spaces. We are creating an outdoor industrial space. We have to balance that.
Understood, but then the counter argument would be if you're setting the kelvins warmer, is that potentially going to induce sleepiness in the workers and then cause a potential safety risk, right? And that's where the line is really blurry, and that's where that muddiness is coming from, is that yes, lumens matter for being able to, when it's too dark, you're doing the thing where you can't read your paper anymore because our eyes are aging. But if you're making a condition where night workers are starting to get sleepy on site, right? I mean, that's one of the reasons that we use the warmer temperatures, right? For relaxation, things like that. I can understand that that's a safety issue, and I'm having a really hard time with this because we do want to be attentive to the location this is, but at the same time, we really want to protect the safety and not necessarily yes, productivity, but that's not the key concern for us here. But I think that's where that muddiness is coming from, right? The lumens levels needs to be high enough for safety and to be able to get the work done. The kelvins levels need to be high enough to keep the workers awake, but it also needs to be low enough to protect the birds. So we're really fighting this very tough balance here.
Kendra, I'm sorry, but I don't believe that the lights being 3,000 or 4,000 is the difference between keeping the night staff awake.
It
we're really
absolutely has
splitting
an
hairs.
impact. No, I disagree. It absolutely has an impact.
And
And
they're
part
not-
of it
they're
is the
not spend-
circadian rhythm.
They're not
right?
spending their entire time out in the equipment bay. I mean, they go
That's
out there
true.
to fix something or to do the rounds. They're going to be just fine regardless of the light temperature.
If they're out there for 2 hours doing electrical wiring,
They're pretty focused on what they're doing. I don't think they're falling asleep.
listen, I hope that anyone who's at their job is not falling asleep. But
Yeah.
the point is that the reason that we reduce these kelvins is for relaxation, is for circadian rhythm, right? There are these elements to consider. And all I'm trying to comment is that I'm not comfortable being the person to say it has to be 3,000 kelvins because we're protecting the birds, while that's potentially putting workers at risk. If
So
that's the case, I am not
What
comfortable
we're
with that.
doing is recommending to the city council what we think is the right balance.
Correct.
It's not an easy decision, but we
No,
think
it's
the
not.
balance between the net of the baylands and the birds is got some weight in this. And that's where we come up with the 3,000 Kelvin, but no restriction on the amount of light, the lumens. And I think that's a very reasonable balance. If the engineering department is so strongly opposed to this, then let them come back to council and let the council make that decision again. But we've heard from a lot of environmental sides of this where it does matter. So I fail to see why it's that difficult to balance even. I mean, these lights here are, I would guess 27,
Yeah.
3,000 K.
Yeah.
And I don't think you see a whole lot of people sleeping in council chambers when they're on. It's just
No,
not,
I mean, I
it's not
agree with that.
warm. It's not candlelight.
My final comment on this is that the industrial standards are requesting 5,000 to 6,000. The push down was to 4,000. Now we're pushing them farther to 3,000. I just want to make sure that this is the right decision. right? For both the birds and for the people. Is
Yeah.
this the right balance?
Yeah. Well,
Right. Location is absolutely critical here.
yeah, well, of course, this is location driven and it's outdoors. It's not an indoor facility.
Right.
We have a motion made and seconded. Did you want to make an amendment to your motion, Kendra, or should we go ahead with the vote then?
Give me 5 seconds to think about that.
Okay.
I'm gonna say we'll proceed with the motion as written.
Okay, could we please have a vote on this motion?
Board Member Adcock,
Yes.
Board Member Chen. Well, I would say yes to 2 to 6, but for 1, I'm reluctant to say it is required.
I'm sorry, but you have to say yes or no.
Well, then because of the first one, I would say no.
Okay.
Board Member Hirsch,
I'm okay with I'm okay with the wording for the lighting at this point. But I'm concerned that the item number 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 is explore potential relocation. I wish this were a stronger item. I don't see, if we leave it up to engineering or planning, that I don't see this tank is going to change, and it's just too tall for its present location. I would like to see that.
You need to vote yes or no, David.
So I'm going to vote no then.
Okay,
Vice Chair Rosenberg,
Gonna vote yes.
Chair Balte,
yes.
motion carries 3-2.
Thank you.
Thank you, everybody.
Can we ask people to speak to their dissent maybe?
Sure.
Just-
I think it's been covered, but Board Member Chen, would you like to speak to your no vote?
No, I think, yes, you said it's covered, and I think for me, I'm lack of knowledge to see how it will impact 3,000, how it will impact the safety for the workers between 3,000 to 4,000, or the impact to the birds. And also, that's why I'm more comfortable to say it is recommended to the applicant rather than required to them. Thank you.
Board Member Hirsch, would you like to
Yeah,
speak to your no vote?
I would like to add a minimum of 5 feet to extend that tank
What's two-
interior to the site,
Minimum 5-foot setback.
additional setback.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for your comments. Let's take a 10-minute break. What time is it now?
And
So let's resume at 5 minutes, 10:55. Back in session. Okay, back in session with the ARB. We're going to move on to our next item. I'll note that we, let's see, Planner Raybold is no longer with us. Is that right, Jody?
Yes, she's off to a training session,
Okay, thank you.
so I will be taking over.
Thank you very much. Next item on our agenda is the Architectural Review Board's draft annual report and work plan. And Jody, are you going to present that to us? What's our process on this?
I don't have a presentation ready. I can share the document on the screen here. It should come up in a minute. Here we go. So we do have, there is sort of I guess I can do a quick presentation. There are the two parts to it. There is the council's work plan, which is sort of a look forward. And then a couple pages down, you will see the ARB's version of an annual report, which is more of a look backwards. And so Claire worked with Chair Balte to put this together. And so I can just go through the pages if you'd like, and we can talk about it.
I think we can take it step by step. Thanks, Jody. So to my colleagues, I want to be sure everybody understands that we are tasked with council to do two things. Most recently, to come up with a work plan for the coming year. That's what this document in this specific format is here. We've also been tasked to come up with an annual report to both the council and planning commission. That's the second half of this, which is the part that is basically an extension from stuff we've done every year in the past. What we were trying to do, putting all this together, is to keep the focus on a group of items, both for the work plan and the annual report. And so I think what's best for us to do is just think of these groups of items and then look both forward and back at the same time. The first one was just our review of projects ongoing, sort of our quasi-judicial review and recommendation process. The look forward is easy. That's what we do. The look back is where what I asked staff to do is come up with a list of notable projects that we've reviewed over the past year. What we've done in the past, and I'd like to continue, is to provide council and planning commission with images of changes that our input has caused on these projects. So to that effect, there's a list in here of, it's in packet page 73. This is the application review part of our annual report. This is a list of projects that we've reviewed and made recommendations on. And what I would like to do, we have a month to finalize this report. I would like to divide this list up into 5 groupings and have each board member assist staff in locating proper images to represent the before and after stage of this project, or sometimes it might be just an image of what the final result was with some comments of what our changes were, say if it had a lot of internal changes. But that's why I think having each of us take 3 of them, it'll help staff a lot, because we have I think a pretty deep understanding of what the changes were, and also what's good graphics. Remember, if you have a before and after photograph that to a layperson look identical, we're not really saying anything. And some of these projects, I think that is the case, that the changes we made were either deeper or more subtle, maybe not so easy to show visually. In that case, a couple of bullet points of what we affected was good. But with everybody's consent, I'd like to say that our annual report's going to have one piece of it is just a series of images or items of projects we've changed. We have here, I think it's a list of 15 projects. And I'd like to see if we can get some volunteers to do various ones of these.
Peter, if you mind if I jump in here just for a second?
Sure.
So again, just, in our pre-meeting, we discussed this, and just to clarify a little more, if you go to packet pages 76 and 77, you can see some of the before and afters, and some of them they don't really explain the full impact of what the ARB contributed to the projects, which is why we think that having us on board to help with bullet points of what the changes were, because some of them are, circulation. You can't see that from renderings, and some of them are more visual. So just so that we really cover the bases of what ARB was able to progress on each one of these projects is really the main goal. And then, Peter, we had 2 projects on this list that we had said maybe were not complete at this time. Was this
Which
800
one?
San Antonio and the 660 University Avenue, the mixed use? So maybe those were going to be left off, but I don't know where we ended that with our final
Well, if they're
conversation.
not complete, then they shouldn't be on the list.
Okay.
Jody, do you have any, Claire's the one who was working on this, right?
Yes, but what was the question? Sorry.
I believe that this list shown on packet page 73, I believe from our conversation with our pre-meeting, said that 2 of these items were not complete to a point that we could really, because they're still going through the process right now.
Yes,
And so if,
NVCAP, and NVCAP is still going through the process, correct?
yeah,
And the townhouses as well.
Okay, so the standards for townhouses and NVCAP, we don't want to put on our list.
right.
And then the 2 buildings on, let's see, 800 San Antonio, is that?
Yeah.
800 San Antonio is our ad hoc packet for today.
Yes,
Okay.
800 and 660 are still pending projects.
It's probably best not to put them on a list of completed reviews, right?
Yes, because the ARB has not finished with them.
Okay,
But if 800 San Antonio is today for the ad hoc, it would be complete.
Since it is already come through.
True, it
and-
would be finished from an
Okay.
ARB perspective.
Leave it on.
And so we're just going to remove 660 from the list because that one's still in process. Okay.
so I
thank
tell you what,
Thank you.
if anybody has any of these they would like to be responsible for, speak up now. Otherwise, I will issue a list later on today with assignments.
If I may speak up, since I
Please.
wasn't here for most of these, I'd like to select projects that I was here for, so I can see the before and after, and
Yes.
that's 739 Sutter,
So 739 Stutter goes to Board Member Adcock, agreed.
2501 Embarcadero that we reviewed today, and 800 San Antonio, since I'm on the ad hoc, so I will know the end result as well.
Which one?
The 800 San Antonio.
Okay, those are fine. Anybody else?
I'd be happy to, for consolidation efforts, I'll take all 3 of the ones at Stanford Shopping Center, the Our House, Soshi Roku, and Restoration Hardware. Just do all 3 of those in one
Okay,
month.
Board Member Hirsch or Chen, do you have any requests?
But I just want to clarify, what are you expecting us to do for SB9? Because it's,
Oh, my guess is it would be a series of bullet points. This is the changes we made. Didn't we on SB9 dramatically reduce the number of standards? It came to us with 30 or so and we cut it down to 9. And I recall City Council being quite pleased to see that we managed to sort of consolidate everything. Well, let's take credit for that. So that's what, if you do SB9, that's what you would do, is sort of say those things.
Thank you. Do you really want to do it on this list or just to do it on the ones which are photo with the images? I mean, I think that nobody's going to read all of this in detail. And that if you did it for the ones that are in, the images are there, there's an additional attraction to follow through.
Well, the idea is to provide images ultimately.
Yeah.
The images in the staff report are something that Planner Raybold pulled together very quickly, just thinking she was going to do this herself. When I saw these images, I realized that they're just not going to cut it. And it just didn't seem fair to dump it on her to try to do that work. That's why I'm making this request. So these images are really exemplary of examples of what we're looking for.
Then how, you're saying that we should look for our review, we should look for other images as well?
Well, images are perhaps text and bullet points to help. For example, the Our House one, the El Camino Stanford Shopping Center. When you look at those images, if you
Little
look carefully
difference
enough, you'll
between.
notice there's a different stone face, stone material, but not much else. So I'm not sure that's worth pointing out to council. I mean, we're here to change the kind of stone texture. I think we had a much bigger set of impacts on this about the way the doors are detailed, for example.
Yes.
And it's worth pointing that out. At least I think it's worth pointing that out as part of our annual report. This is a benefit we've offered to the city.
And also for what it's worth, I think that specifically on that our house is a good example where the ad hoc was able to control a potential dramatic change that may have sort of gone by unnoticed, but because we had the ad hoc and we had the ARB oversight, we were able to notice that there was a pretty significant change from what had actually been approved being proposed. And we were able to have that sort of secondary check to bring that one back to make sure that it got the formal approval that it really needed for that type of change.
One more question, like how, is there like a limitation on how many bullet points we need to make for each of the projects? Because like, or how detailed it need to go? Because like for retails, it could go very details, like the door handle. And for the, some larger ones, it could be some larger major changes or recommendations that we made.
Well, sure, it's a good question. So it's going to be presented similar to how it is in the packet here. So I would think 3 or 4 bullet points are all you could fit. If you decide you want a before and after picture. If you have just a before, you might fit a whole 10 bullet points there. I think we're all professionals and are great at making visual presentations to people. So use your judgment. You're going to get about 10 seconds of council's time looking at this. What do we want to say to them? So you have about the amount of space that's shown on this page. Okay, so Board Member Chen, can you handle the first 2 on this? 3001 El Camino and 3200 Park Boulevard? Okay, Board Member Hirsch, can you handle the 420 Acacia and 123 Sherman?
Have to remember which Acacia one is. Sherman, okay.
And then the fire station, I will do the fire station and I will do the SB9. Okay. Jody, I can give you a list of this later.
How are you going to do SB9?
Well, in consultation with you, David. I don't want to put that on poor Board Member Chen's plate, I think. Let's see, before we go further, though, I wanted to be sure that we've offered the public an opportunity to comment on this agenda item. Do we have any members of the public who want to address us on this one?
No, I do not. I got a speaker card, but she just wrote the Zoom and agenda information on it, and then I don't think she's in the chambers anymore.
Are we okay, Jody? Okay, so let's keep going on this then. So project goal number 1, we just discussed what we're going to do.
Minor corrections on the first page.
Please do.
Just the date for the work plan. This is for the. So this is 2024-25, right? Work plan at the very top.
23, 24.
Which packet page?
Yes, you're right.
The 69.
Yes, we will change the dates.
I assume template was last year's. And the current, may I add myself to the current board members list?
Yes.
Congratulations. There was no question about it anyhow.
I don't want to cross off
Sorry,
Osma, but
Sorry about that. That's embarrassing. Thank you for pointing that out. Any other corrections, typographical or more?
pronounced.
Again, just so my colleagues know, we're going to do a round of comments, revisions today. Our goal is a month from now to have a final document that we can unanimously support. The whole idea is to give this to council in that form. So now is the time to hammer out these things. So project goal number 2 ties into our annual report regarding objective standards. They're both relative to objective design standards. One part of it is what are we going to do going forward? The other part is what did we do in the past? So if we work backwards, what did we do in the past? So there's a paragraph here labeled number 1 regarding what we've done on objective standards last year. Does anybody have any comments, changes, thoughts, ideas? modifications?
Well, I do, of course.
Bless you.
I mean, I think that we have to add in SB 9 and maybe Jody, you want to speak to that because you wrote me a letter about it. So is SB 9 a part of this or not?
So there is this is saying objective standards, chapter 1824, which is for the multifamily projects. SB 9 is separate from that. And I think we just, recently did the SB 9 standards. So we were wanting to let those settle for a little bit.
But so, my comment is that I had a lot of comments and they were only addressed to the board and they were never discussed by the board. However, I wrote them, so should we put it off or should we look to find a way to incorporate a common review of SB 9?
So I think, David, what you're saying makes some sense that the standards we looked into for SB 9 were objective design standards relative to SB 9 projects. So a project that met an SB 9 criteria, what was the objective design standard? So it would fit in this category to me.
Yeah.
I think we could add under this section 1 here, objective design standard refinements, that if you want to put a paragraph in there about what your concerns were about SB 9 standards, it's an appropriate place to put it. One member of the board had the following comments to offer about SB 9 objective standards. I'm not trying to eliminate what you said, but this is the proper.
That means it sort of stays in my home, whatever.
Well, okay.
It isn't. What I would like to say is that I'd like to actually present it, and in any case, the comments to planning, let them review them and see if there are some that are reasonable.
Okay, so that's the second half of it. And in our work plan, what I imagine you would like is to have us put in the work plan that we're going to open up again or look at SB 9 objective standards.
Yes, I think that
And that's
that's
something we need to
appropriate.
discuss as a group, if we all think that's
Yeah.
appropriate. So for the past year, though, would you like to say something specific to the SB 9 standards that we've already reviewed and approved? Because that's what we're saying right here.
If you're looking at goal number 2, though, goal number 2 is the future.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I'm trying to separate with David first on our annual report. Hey, council, we did these objective standards. Here's the things we did. Out of those, here's some things we noticed. That's what these 3 paragraphs are right here. And I'm looking for any additional feedback to that. Do we want to say something else in that paragraph?
What page are you on, Peter?
On packet page 74.
Okay, so I had the screen on a different page. That's what I wanted
Objective
to.
design standard refinements. So we said we looked at objective standards. We then talk about several projects where we noted that some standards were not appropriate to townhomes, and here's what we were focusing on with townhomes. And then we say that we think these standards should be revisited on a regular basis. Do you want to add anything about all the comments you made on SB 9 standards here?
I think we, both Yingxi and I haven't done townhomes yet.
Well, we're talking about that here. The second paragraph addresses the townhome question.
We were waiting for the minutes to come out on that so that we would have an opportunity to properly add to that, add to what we.
Why don't we take a look at goal number 2? Now I'm shifting to packet page 70.
That's where I'm at.
Right. So let's see what we want to do here. So what we're saying we want to do at the top, assist the city as it considers modifications to objective standards, provide feedback on research as they go forward, suggest ways to better address different housing typology. So does that address, David, what you're talking about? We're saying to the council that we need to work on this item.
Just that we should list the objective standards for the following.
Jody, when it says objective standards in chapter 1824.
That's only multifamily. So, I mean, we can strike that chapter and just say objective standards.
And then that would be a chance for the SB9. That would incorporate SB9 standards as well.
Yes, I would
Theoretically.
encourage you to, maybe it's a lower priority item, or maybe it's a later in the year kind of item, to say something to that effect.
Yes. What we're doing is sort of telling our city council that as we've written these objective standards, we've noticed some of the things that need to be adjusted given the projects we've been reviewing. We see a few places where we can improve it. We want them to support us doing that level of review. Is that what you're striving towards, David?
Yes.
So Jody, how can you help us phrase that in an appropriate way?
Well, you have more specifics in the high priority and the low priority columns is where you can be more detailed. And actually in the high priority, it talks about, in order of priority. We would want to add for the first bullet point and say modifications to address objective standards in 1824 based on review of, several projects. And put a separate line item for SB9 objective standards.
And David, if I may get a clarification, so the goal, we went through all of the SB9 objective standards and we recommended edits to them, or we had all of those discussions, right?
No. I don't think we didn't publicly review it at all. I had 10 minutes to make a presentation.
Yes, we absolutely had hearings about SB9.
Yeah.
Oh, we had hearings before, but then
Yeah.
I re-reviewed and we haven't discussed any of the items.
Correct. So that's what I'm trying to figure out. Do we want to do that again? And Jody, what's your thought on?
Well, that's why I'm recommending, if you want to add SB9, that you do it later in the year, because we just made changes to SB9.
So how about if we say that under the high priority column, modifications to address objective standards in chapter 1824, and then under the lower priority, we put modifications to address objective standards for the SB9 standards.
And townhomes? What about
the townhomes are in the high priority standard. It's the second bullet point. And we're well underway with that. That's it. That is a high priority. We've all agreed on that. I'm trying to find a compromise, David. If we put your SB9 stuff under the lower priority, can we collectively agree that it's worthy of a lower priority level review rather than no review? The SB9 standards that are objective.
I would also just like to gently argue that we see far more townhomes coming in these days than maybe SB9s. So
yeah,
that's an argument for why it's a higher priority. We see a lot more of them. We need to address it sooner.
And just to clarify, SB9 projects do not come to the ARB, correct?
That's right. We're just looking at
the objective
helping
standards.
staff make
Yeah,
the standards.
exactly. Whereas for us as a board to have, consistency in our review of future projects, the townhomes and the regular 1824 is really critical.
Those are important.
Yeah, so I agree that those are high priority.
You can agree to that?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so Jody, how would we phrase that in the low priority column to maybe use the same language, modifications?
Yeah, I'm just going to take the same, I'm going to add in 1824 to that first bullet under high priority, and then basically take the same language and change it to SB9 for the low priority.
Are we all agreed on that? Yeah. Okay, so that covers project goal number 2. Project goal number 3 is regarding coordinated area plans throughout the city. And then it, I think, hinges off of our recommendation number 2, which is again regarding coordinated area plans. Looking backwards, I felt, and I've always felt since I've been on the board, that the San Antonio Avenue corridor is sorely lacking any kind of large-scale urban planning, which is what a coordinated area plan would do. We've made this point to council every single year I've been on the board. I don't want to stop doing that. We've also noticed that the downtown area could benefit from more of a specific plan as to how to basically increase housing. Board Member Hirsch and I have put a lot of thought and work into that particular thing. And then recently, Encina Avenue has come on our radar screen as a place that, again, would benefit from just slightly larger scale look at it. On our goals, we have, again, those three listed in the high and low priority categories, where high priority is San Antonio Avenue and downtown. The low priority is Encina Avenue. To my colleagues, is there any other areas that would benefit from or that we think should be considered as a recommendation to council regarding specific study? And then what order of priority?
I have a curiosity on this, which may have impact what I see about this, but like, obviously the California Avenue project, the, what is it, 156, that came about, which will come to us soon enough, but relative to that, is there a California Avenue coordinated area plan as well that I'm not aware of?
No,
And
there's
it
not.
Probably falls in the same kind of thing, right? Obviously, like there are areas like those that San Antonio obviously is front and center because we are seeing a lot of projects come to us. El Camino, the whole corridor is another part, which is seeing a lot of redevelopment. And maybe this California Avenue at Molly Stone site is, canary in the coal mine. So I don't know if that is something, I don't want us to take on way too much, but Encina, that one project is what triggered us to kind of think about what is the coordinated area plan for this area, which would be of benefit. But I feel like for us to even be reactionary to it, I would like to know what the city is seeing in the upcoming years of what's happening in these major areas.
Well, why aren't we considering both downtowns at the same time in the first place? Both the California and University, are really the same subject. They're slightly different in their character, but they are both ought to be considered for certainly for a potential housing in the first place. That we've been.
Is California Avenue being considered for major housing other than the Molly Stone site that we've seen?
I'd have to look up and see exactly where, I mean, we've gone through a whole housing element process and there were housing element sites chosen. Off the top of my head, I don't believe a lot of them were on Cal Ave. So, I mean, the Molly
That's
Stones is a builder's remedy project. It's not
Right.
adhering to the housing element. But there, just for your information as well, though, council is already moving forward with plans, on San Antonio and downtown, the main downtown. And so those are moving forward. Obviously, the ARB would want some input into those. And so any more details, that you want to add to that would be great. I have not heard plans for a coordinated area plan for Cal Ave or for Encina, so.
So, well, yes, I think they should both be brought together as a study for us, and they ought to be high priority. California Street as well. There are significant sites in California Street that are still available there. The other part of that is that actually there was maybe your description wasn't quite as broad as, there was council has already approved a consultant contract, right? So we should be describing that as an ongoing project, and we should know about it. And I don't know, have you read about that? It was just passed by the council. I think a couple of weeks ago. And it involves a 2 to 3 year study, 2 years with an extension
This is
contract.
the downtown comprehensive plan?
Yeah.
Would you like to ask the staff to tell us what that's
Yeah.
about?
Yeah,
Mhm.
I don't have any details at my disposal right this minute.
It's very recent.
It's happening on the long range team, but definitely at the next hearing, I can get you some details.
Thanks. That's perfect. So we should, they're going to be, that's going to be studied for 2 years now. So how do we fit into that? Because it's going to, in some way, probably slow the process with the downtowns, period, for that. So just in terms of a look forward, maybe we should continue without consideration of that special study or not. That's an open question.
Well, as I read the work plan, we've told council that we think the downtown housing plan is important.
Mhm.
It's high priority for us.
Yeah.
And it's up to them to decide how to allocate city resources to accomplish these goals. So we're just giving them input that this is important.
So then why don't we add California Street into
So
this?
the question really is, do we want to add other areas to this? Do we
Mhm.
want to take some away? Ensenada Avenue, for example, I think we're the only ones who've really
That's it.
seen
That's
this.
correct.
Well, because we're the ones who are on the front lines,
Mhm.
seeing the impact of a single development in the
Right.
parking lot.
Mhm.
Okay, so it's our responsibility to point this
I
out to
agree.
council ahead of time. But
Mhm.
it could also be argued that, hey, the downtown is just a lot more important. And so we should take it off the list. If we put everything on the list, we might as well not make a list.
Right. And would we layer on the housing element sites in this discussion? Because for instance, like most of San Antonio is, not most, but a significant amount of San Antonio is on the housing element, the CS and zoning areas. So while that is, seeing a lot of redevelopment now with the housing, most of them being housing element sites, I don't have the map in front of me, but the housing element, the plan, I don't think there's much on California Avenue on that plan. So I don't know how that affects, the areas that are kind of supercharged in development like San Antonio is. So do we layer on that, housing element map to see where we should be ahead of planning to push for coordinated area plans so that we're not having the same comment over and over about, San Antonio, like where's the bike lane, where's the trash, all of that. And other sites as these housing projects develop will be very similar. It'll just be a different street instead of San Antonio. Like Charleston, for instance, has several housing element sites.
I'd like to point that
Which has several housing sites. SN.
that's sort of the Cubberley area too.
Yeah.
I'd like to point out on our annual report, we have a very important sentence at the bottom of recommendations. Our comments this year are centered on the increasing importance of housing projects to the city. If we are all on board with that statement, then what we should be doing is looking at which of these coordinated area plans are most likely or best likely to address this issue of increased housing. You might say that the Ensenada Avenue area, regardless of its appropriateness, is never going to provide that much housing. It's a small area. San Antonio is quite the opposite. So we might say that's why that's high priority, is because it most affects this goal we've stated. I'd like to think that we're all doing that equation in our heads. Which of these areas are most important to accomplish this goal of housing, the importance of housing? At least for me, that's how I see it. That's why I think San Antonio is absolutely the most important area, because it's going to have the most housing potential.
If we push on our own, I think if we all took a look at California Avenue, we would say that ought to be part of it. Even if the housing element hasn't dealt with it yet. I've been taking a look at it, which is, why I'm stating that. I think that Cambridge Avenue and obviously Molly Stones, which all of a sudden is thrust into the middle of this, whether it's whatever it is a part of it, you know, a part of the planning for housing.
Do you think that California Avenue has the same potential as San Antonio Avenue for increasing housing?
I think
in the
it has
city?
a significant potential. I think, for example, Cambridge, you know, the whole one side of Cambridge, which is a parking lot and only 3 useful functions on it so far that are only, parking is about 60% of the California street right now, Cambridge.
There are at least 3 sites on Cambridge that are part of the housing element. But they've got, I think they're slightly smaller properties, so we're only expecting like 4 or 5 units.
Oh, no, yeah, they're on
So,
the sort of the north side of the street then, those particular smaller ones.
yeah, but I do see California Avenue potentially changing in the future, just given that we have the new regulations about no parking required. And that will probably open some opportunities on Cal Ave.
So should we be putting California Avenue in here or lumping it with the downtown?
Yes.
If I can, I'm just going to put some of my thoughts out there and see how other board members feel. I think that part of what we're looking at with some of these areas is high density versus lower density. And with downtown, with Cal Avenue, and even with Midtown, I would lump those 3 in somewhat of similar situations where there's a cluster of retail and they're trying to increase density in those nodules. However, there's somewhat some constraints already in place that prevent it from getting too big too quickly. Lot sizes are smaller, housing areas are, you know, the what's zoned for housing may be less useful for these large, you know, we're talking 330 unit complexes that space is already sort of constrained. So we're really less concerned about that. I think San Antonio is a little bit more of the Wild West in the regards that they have larger lots. It's on a very busy street, and we are seeing these large scale developments with tons of housing going in, and that's going to affect everything down the road. So in my mind, I think San Antonio is #1 priority. I think that's we've already seen 3 in a row back to back, and it's already just those projects is going to dramatically impact this area, and we've got a whole stretch to go. Right. So that to me, I think is sort of priority #1. And then priority #2 would be downtown. #3 would be Cal Ave. #4, maybe if we even get to it, is Midtown. I think Encina, while I understand why it's here, it is a sort of smaller confined zone. So I'm just less worried about it sort of getting out of control. Right. And so because there's already some natural confines there. So that's how I would personally prioritize is San Antonio has the least amount of restrictions and control and could get really big, really swollen very quickly. Downtown is such a, you know, central, it's the heart of the city, right? So that would be argument for why that's #2. Cal Avenue definitely needs a look, but it does have some natural boundaries to it. So it's again, a less worrisome. And then I might also suggest Midtown. I hate to add everything to the list, but it is a higher density area. And I could see if you added a 330 unit building across the street from, you know, where the Baskin Robbins was, I can't even remember what's there now. All of a sudden that's going to dramatically impact that zone at Middlefield in Oregon. So canary in the coal mine might be the right way to look at this is say, okay, that's one area that's getting developed with something massive. So what are the other potential areas that could have similar impacts?
Well, I mean, you're
Yeah,
forgetting El Camino.
El Camino's already covered under our sort of review, and we've got NVCAP going. So I'm a little less concerned about El Camino because we've already got some structure in place. I'm sort of more focused on the areas that maybe haven't been thought of or haven't been looked at and should be. Does that make sense?
Okay, and you're saying that Ensign Avenue is really just not even on your list at all.
It's a lagging #5 on my list.
That's good. That's good. That's the kind of feedback we want to get from
Judy,
everybody.
is any area near Encina part of the housing element? I was trying to find the interactive housing map and I can't find the website for some reason.
There's also a slightly newer list, so I'm looking at that.
Oh,
Yes, actually, yes. There's at least 3 or 4 properties on Encina. All again, somewhat smaller with 4 to 8 units per site.
is
More
there,
likely
is
to
there
be
any
smaller.
reason why something like that, Jody, wouldn't be potential, the parking lot that's part of Town and Country, let's say, as a PHZ type development?
I mean, it certainly, if a developer came in with a PhD, we would certainly take a look at it. But I think, Town and Country is going to be pretty protective about their parking lots right now. I haven't heard them, they would have to do structured parking or something else, and I haven't heard that conversation from them quite yet.
So I think that, we're really, we don't have a good handle on what is potential here. I really think we maybe should include these as I agree that there's priorities. I agree that, for example, downtown, there's no doubt, Peter and I have been talking about it for 3 years now as a priority, and provided a pretty interesting scheme for the Hamilton lot already. And, at a density of something like, I don't know if is there an R density for the Hamilton lot at all at this point? Now it's parking basically, right? It's going back to parking.
It is currently parking for Town and Country. That's most of Encina, at least.
Hamilton lot.
Oh, the Hamilton lot?
Yeah.
I believe that's a PF. Yeah, that's a PF.
It's a
zone.
PF, yeah, sure.
Yeah.
Well, all the PF zones anyhow, they're all around downtown, and they're all parking lots, and they're all separate from university, they're all accessible separate from university. So, I mean, they're all perfect for development. So there's no question that they could be used that way, which is why the study is in progress here. But California Street, I think, is a potential that I just recommend that the board go take a look at it and see what if you didn't have the need for, well, you probably have the need for commercial parking, otherwise forget about it. It's not going to be a viable commercial area. So it's going to have to include parking, at least for the amount of cars required for California Street itself. So I think it's a very important area.
Okay.
So my understanding is that for this coordinated area plan, it's only for the future projects, right? That for those projects that are under review or has been built, it will just it will not be affected by this area plan, is it correct? Or, yeah, so.
If plans are far enough along and the project is pending, we try and, join them up as much as possible, but it's not required until the plan is approved.
Yeah, so I think it would be helpful if we can overlay with the housing plan, the housing element plan, to see where are all those upcoming projects are, and say, like for example, for San Antonio, we already see a number of big projects there. So we felt it is important to have some coordinated area plan there. However, if there are only like 1 or 2 potential lot left, or say downtown area, there may be 5 or 6 coming up, then I would say the downtown area maybe I would push it to be on the top of the priority.
Yes, for sure.
It seems that all of us are in agreement that San Antonio would be number 1 and downtown would be number 2. What I'm not hearing is any consensus on the rest of this, or even any path forward. So
I think that's a mistake, not for us not to look. I mean, I've been looking at Cambridge with the
right. So the California Avenue one, the Cambridge Avenue one, I think has potential. What I think we're losing track of a little bit is if you think back to the review process, whenever you have high density housing in close proximity to single family housing, you have an incredibly tortuous project with a lot of pushback from the community. And to my way of thinking, that's not an easy way to get more housing. The easy way is to go to places where you don't have that close proximity to single family. It's much easier to approve. That's San Antonio Avenue in downtown. Certainly Midtown, I think, would be very difficult to come up with any kind of a plan that the whole city agrees on, that council could approve, which would allow 5-story buildings along Middlefield Road. I just can't imagine that Palo Alto would get behind that, regardless of our opinion as planners that we should do this. California Avenue, David, I think is a similar situation.
How so?
Cambridge backs onto single-family neighborhoods.
On one side.
Think back to the one large office building that was on Cambridge. Think back to the community feedback we got on that. It was the neighbors at the back worried about radiation frequency, about construction
I'm not
noise.
talking about that side of the street at all.
I see. Okay, so I agree that portions of the California Avenue area could be redeveloped. If you think of the side you're talking about where the parking garages are, think honestly about the pushback from the merchants to create new parking, not to mention remove parking. What you're talking about is eliminating parking.
No, I'm not.
Or rebuilding parking garages that we already have. All of that will be contentious, time-consuming, politically fraught. There's a lot of competing forces over there. And I just don't see a clear path to getting a quick plan that would really increase the amount of housing. I can see a really beautiful urban design plan for that area. But I'm looking for things that we can really jump into and get council to jump on. San Antonio Avenue is a clear one. So
Well, I don't
can
think
come by California Avenue possibly, but I think we want to be very careful what we recommend.
The reality is San Antonio is going to be unfortunately, it's kind of missing in so many aspects of it, especially the transportation and bicycle path issues are non-existent and not really potential even. And the connection, frankly, for San Antonio Road is really, do we relate it, as it says in actually your text here, do we relate it to Mountain View or do we relate it to Palo Alto? In which case somehow or other you're into a transportation issue. How do you get people across the street to our own facilities that are within this part of the community? Because it's separated from so much of it. In fact, we've been approving projects that are across the street really from Palo Alto, not really in the neighborhood. And I don't see those projects relating to each other particularly. We've been talking a little bit about the scale of one to the next, and Peter, you yourself were concerned that the project that we approved is lesser in scale than one we just approved beyond it. So I think there's going to be a series of buildings, separate buildings along San Antonio Road. California Street, on the other hand, if you really address it, it's going to be a staged project that happens over many years. And so you replace some of the parking that you're taking away, that you work with it's going to be a very complicated development project, but it's something that needs to be dealt with now, and we need to be looking ahead. It's the same way that really long-term planning would look at a project like that, but that we take the role, as you and I did, Peter, with the downtown. Already did it, frankly. We could build it tomorrow. But long-term planning is something that we as a board should also be thinking about. Long-term planning as its urban design impact is part of what we as a board should be presenting a point of view.
Okay, so do we have consensus that maybe California Avenue as a recommended coordinated area plan would be number 3 on our list? David's clearly
I'm
pushing for
that.
that. We have to do this together.
Yeah, I'd feel comfortable with that. Yep. And
So-
also on the San Antonio, I just want to add a couple of statements in here about kind of figuring out what's the boundary of the area that we're studying.
Sam,
Yeah.
before we do
Oh,
that,
yes.
can we
Good
just
point.
try to come up with what the areas are?
Okay.
And then we'll go into the detail of it. I've noted down then, we'd like to add California Avenue to a 3rd high priority study area.
Yeah.
Is there any support for adding Midtown as an area to that list?
for what it's worth, I would feel comfortable with the California Avenue being on the lower priority. I think that,
Cal Avenue would be a lower priority.
yes, in my mind, I think that while it is definitely important, I think that the urgency isn't there the way that San Antonio and downtown are. So if we've got to divvy this list up a little bit, I'd put that on the lower priority.
And how about the Encina Avenue site then? Is that low
That's-
priority, no priority, high priority?
I would go one step, yeah, I
Low-
would put it
lower
on,
priority.
but put it on, you know, as
Board
Jody,
Member Shen, how
Jody
do you
pointed
rank
out
these?
that there are sites that are already on the,
Yeah, agree, maybe move
On the
on to
list.
the higher priority side, but on the end of the list.
end of the list.
Are you okay, Board Member Rosenberg, if we strike the Midtown area as a potential study area, or do you still want to see that put in a lower priority?
I'd feel more comfortable if it was in the lower priority, just because we do have, SB 330 projects and things like that coming in. And it is one of those collision zones where we have single family homes and some commercial in that area and a major intersection. And again, it's not urgent the way these other ones are, but I don't want us to just forget about it. So if we can put it as like somewhere as like an when we get to it item.
Do I have other support from the board to put Midtown in the lower priority area as future work study?
If we have too many on the list, we'll get to none of them.
Yes, that's correct. You're right.
I honestly just think whether it's high or low shouldn't have more than like 4 or 5. Like I would, like
Two
if
in
we have
each,
3
two-
in, yeah, 2 in each or 3 in 1. I mean, I don't think we can handle more than 4, to be honest.
Okay, so if we're going to restrict to 4, then my question would be, do you think that Midtown or Encina is more critical?
I mean, just looking at the housing element maps, it seems like Encina has more potential housing coming up. than
Completely
Midtown.
fair. If that's the one that could potentially be more problematic, then that one should be on the list and we'll drop Midtown.
Board Member Chen, what do you think?
Yeah, I'm fine with that. 3-1.
Fine with which one?
As what board member ad hoc just mentioned, like 3 on the high priority, which is San Antonio, downtown, and California Avenue, and Encina on the lower.
I'd leave it like that.
You're okay with that? And you were just suggesting this California Avenue move to the lower category?
Yeah, I mean, it's a gentle suggestion, but I'd say San Antonio and downtown in high priority, Cal Ave and then Encina in low priority. But I'll defer to the board, whichever way they think is the most important, but that's how I would divvy it up 2 and 2.
David, that's, I imagine, not acceptable to you, is it?
I don't see Midtown being a part of this at
Well,
all.
Midtown is not, but the California Avenue, is that considered high or low priority?
I think it's a high priority.
Okay, well, let's stick with that then. That seems to be our consensus. So then what Board Member Adcock was alluding to is if we look at each one of these things, we have a statement in our annual plan regarding sort of what we've observed about each area. And I'd like to be sure that we all understand that. And then we will need a statement in there, David, about the California Avenue, which I'll look to you to write.
Sure.
But Board Member Adcock, once you start then with what your questions or comments were on San Antonio, right?
On the San Antonio, I would like to kind of add a clarification that our focus is on services, fire access, pedestrian vehicular circulation through that area. Obviously, the buildings are part of it, but is
So
I'd
where it
like
says-
could we, I mean, I think it extends down at the base beyond.
And the second part of that is, I don't know if that's really adding verbiage here, but what is the boundary that we're talking about?
Yeah.
Because in the housing element map, obviously the San Antonio, but then it kind of going towards Charleston, that in what's that, Meadow Circle area, all of that is like pretty high density in terms of planning in the housing element. So I would rather, work with the city on figuring out what is the boundary that we're studying, having an overlay with the housing element so that we're not chasing our tails over and over on this.
Well,
So, I mean, the question is, do we lump that into the San Antonio study? Is it a part of the San Antonio study or is it going to be a thing by itself?
I mean, the maps are all connected, like you go from Charleston to Jody, if you agree with that, that whole GM, RLM zoning areas are like one big swath in the housing element map, although we're seeing more development and more projects coming forward right now on San Antonio, other than that one on the corner of Charleston and Fabian. There will be more. And so I'd rather we have a wider area. We can always narrow it down. I just don't want to start too narrow. in
Yeah,
that map.
absolutely, you know, so.
So
you're-
it's San Antonio and near, surrounding or some way to kind of.
So you could say San Antonio Avenue, comma,
Mhm.
extending from the bay to El Camino Real. That includes the entire stretch.
Yeah.
I think that would be a broad swath of it.
Yeah.
And then if you're talking about how far inland you extend, really one side is just one property's thick and it's Mountain View, so there's nothing to say. On the other side, though, you would have to be more explicit, I think, to say, for example, you would consider this extending as far as the Cumberly Community Center. I don't think I would support that. I don't think we've seen anything that would say that we think that's necessary, and it just so dilutes the critical area, which is that avenue itself.
Mhm.
But let's come to consensus on this.
I think it's really kind of interesting, but the Fabian Way, I think you really almost have to think in terms of what kind of densities are going to be possible. It's a long-term issue. That the densities in the area of Fabian Way at the very end of it could be much more significant there. You could have a whole little village of mid-sized to upper mid, and we're getting Molly Stone type proposals here.
So as part of the housing element, that Fabian East Middle Circle area, there was rezonings that happened on that area. The same as there were rezonings that happened at El Camino and Page Mill.
Right.
They're separate and different, but both areas got rezoned. So we do already have, those zoning standards do spell out what we expect to happen in those areas. A coordinated area plan would have more details for sure, especially when we're talking about refuse alleys and things like that.
Thank you, Jody.
So I think I can go back and try and get you some maps and some more information that shows, what a good area would be. I don't know that we would need to go to the bay. We really just have, Home Key is already underway. I don't know that there's a whole lot more happening on the bay side.
No.
But it really would just be San Antonio itself and then maybe the Fabian area.
Mhm. I think it's all connected.
I do want to jump in here though, just for a minute and caution the board that we're not trying to define the areas right now, right? We're trying to come up with a work list of what to tackle, and the tackle item would be to determine the areas, but trying to make that decision right now,
Agreed.
we are just not prepared for that.
Yeah.
So.
Well, does that mean we leave it the way it is? San Antonio Avenue is commonly understood by people to be different areas, but in general, it's a distinct
One
area.
thing.
But I think the point is that we will define that area once we tackle this situation, right? We can't say right now, San Antonio plus Fabian plus, we don't know, right? We're just not prepared to make that comment right now. So I would say add to the list, define the area of San Antonio Avenue, how far it extends, what those parameters are, what those boundaries are. But I'm just not comfortable trying to define it right now while we're not really reviewing the housing plan together. We're just sort of making comments. I think we should stick to what will we tackle when we tackle it.
So Board Member Adcock had started making two comments. One was whether we want to define the area more precisely.
I think not so much precisely, but expand to say San Antonio Avenue and nearby areas. I don't know what we want to call it, that is potential for higher density development.
I mean, I would just say that, bullet point number 1 is to define it, right? That's our task number 1. So when reviewing San Antonio Avenue, bullet point 1 is to define what that area encompasses, right? That's step 1. Step 2 is then saying, okay, once we've defined the area, then we focus on the commercial areas, how they're going to be replaced, neighborhood parks, like you said, transportation, sewage lines, things like that, right? But again,
Services,
right,
like mostly above grade, but yeah.
Exactly,
services.
exactly. But I think that it's fair to say, okay, San Antonio Avenue, we all sort of generally understand what that area may be. And then step one is to actually define it. And step two is to then come up with a plan for how to maneuver these items through it.
So if we were to change this, Board Member Adcock, instead of saying San Antonio Avenue is experiencing, we were to say the San Antonio Avenue area
Yes.
is experiencing, would that be a sufficient to be vague? Why don't we just do that? Okay, and then I heard you make some comments about wanting a bit more specificity perhaps in what it says right here, the last sentence, a coordinated area plan will allow us to consider transportation, parks, integration with Mountain View. Is there other things or should we change that description?
I would like to add transportation, neighborhood parks, building services, or not building, but yeah, city services, and pedestrian and bicycle pathways.
And commercial, what about commercial? This is going to be a much more intense population down there, ultimately. So,
And retail commerce?
Yeah.
And do we leave in the integration with nearby developments in Mountain View? Or do we just not?
yeah, that seems reasonable.
It's a huge shopping center just up the road there.
Mhm.
So, and then retail commercial, right? Okay, I will rephrase that or put all that into that paragraph. Can we move on to the next one, which is downtown? So we say here that they need to get increased standards while increasing the vibrancy, et cetera. I'm not sure we need to say more. This is already underway. And then that this remains as a high priority for us. If California Avenue now is going to become the next one, David, is it possible for you to draft a paragraph?
Sure.
And keep it to 3 or 4 lines long so it fits in here comfortably? And we will present that back to everybody. Okay. And then on the Encina Avenue, any changes or thoughts on this one?
Sure. You know,
Well, the way it's written now, we want to adjust it so we all support it.
let's see. So the Encina, you know, I mean, Peter, you know, we took one look at that and said, what are we approving here with the smaller project that's already proposed? There's a potential density for Encina Avenue, at least at the railroad end of that parking lot. Definitely could be a development that could be a taller element at that end. Much denser development of the lot and including whatever parking is required for both the shopping center. I think they, in fact, I spoke to the head of the shopping center who was here at the Encina meeting, and not at the meeting. I called him in between, and he said they'd be interested potentially in that as a development area. The land is not owned by the Town and Country. It's a separate ownership. And as a development, they might be interested in developing that parcel. So that's just one potential developer, you know, and possibly across the street, there's the part of the PAMF lot that could also become a piece of that. So it's not a very big development. Let's face it. It's as if it were one specific project by itself. It wouldn't be developed probably too much beyond that. They need all the parking in Town and Country. Absolutely every square inch of it, you know, is loaded.
So any suggested changes to the text here, David? Though there's 3 or 4 sentences. Basically saying 1, it's a good site for higher density housing. 2 is acknowledging the importance of Town and Country. 3 is saying that parking is going to be an important part of whatever you do.
Yeah, that's fine.
Right? And then the coordinated area plan
But
is the best way
you
to go
could
forward.
start by saying the possibility of greater density on the existing parking lot that's on Encina.
That's
Let's-
what it says.
So-
It says it's an excellent location for.
Excellent
for higher
location
density
for a
housing.
higher density, you've already got it. Mhm.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah,
so can
that's
we-
fine.
Let's just leave that alone then.
Yeah, leave it alone.
Okay, so I think I've heard consensus that we have these 4 projects, 3 of which are higher priority, 1 is not.
Mhm.
We've worked through the text. David,
Mhm.
you're going to provide text on the California Avenue
Mhm.
area.
Mhm.
Okay, so let's move on to goal number 4, which is essentially item number 3 in our annual study, which relates back to bird safe glazing and dark sky.
And Peter, this is my OCD talking. Is there any way that for the next round, we can get the numbers to align? So that it's goal number 4 is item number 4 on the list, or is there a reason that they're off kilter? Sorry.
Yes, I think
Sorry.
they should. We
So-
probably should move the goal
Yep.
number 1, which is just review projects, to make it goal number 5. Put it at the end.
There
of
we
the
go.
list.
That'll make me happy. Thank you. Appreciate that.
I agree. It should be the same. This is for future boards and chairs putting all this together. The more we can get consistency with this, the better. Each year we get it a little bit better. So the question about the bird safe glazing, and then it was, I think Claire just expanded that a little bit in goal number 4, which was new guidelines, ordinances, and streetscape, including but not limited to bird safe glazing, dark sky, parklet design, and University Avenue streetscape. Do we want to pare that back? Do we want to expand it? Is that good the way it is? I'm not sure it's all that relevant or all that important. Council's going to do what they want anyway, but.
I mean, I think that this is definitely something that's on our deck right now. It's definitely something that's affecting current projects, even the projects that we were discussing today. So it should absolutely be an item to discuss, but I think that the way it's written is sufficient for now.
Okay, any other feedback?
Minor,
No.
the University Avenue streetscape part of that, how is that different from downtown housing plan, or are they? I guess between goal number 3 and goal number 4, is that an overlap item, I guess is my question. No.
Well, it actually, as I think about it, ought to be University Avenue and California Avenue.
Streetscape.
We've been explicitly tasked in the past by council members to get involved in the California Avenue redesign. Board member Thompson and I put a lot of work into that. They've now got a consultant working with the city to do something on that. And I think we also have a group of students from Cal Poly proposing ideas for that. But do we want to leave that on our list of potential things that we should be involved in? Just to add university.
I
and
think you could
California
just
Avenue.
make it more generic about streetscape designs,
That's a
not
good idea.
necessarily
Yeah, that's-
university.
And
That's a good
streets,
idea.
and street,
Yeah.
that's a good idea.
Yeah, I think it's a good idea.
Perfect.
I don't want us to go back and forth too much, Peter, but what we don't do is we don't look at the whole of, which I guess we're talking about now, but it's a little bit late in some sense on San Antonio Road, because we've already got different buildings, different styles, different feelings to them. How about El Camino? And there's new zoning. How is it going to be applied? And are we going to look at it relative to different? Let me put it another way. The general objective standards doesn't really go above 4 or 5-story buildings. And yet we're going to have 8-story buildings all along El Camino, 7, 8 stories. Isn't that a likely possibility?
Potentially 7, yes.
Mhm. 7 with a setback 8. Whatever it's going to be, there'll be. And we all know, because the developers are going to push for it, and they'll maybe be required to have more affordable housing as part of it, but they'll get what they want ultimately. So we're not looking at it, the way zoning had worked in New York now, except for everybody's building towers, of course, at this point, but for a long time it was 12-story buildings everywhere, all over, except the Bronx, which were a little bit lower. So we don't have any overall view of as to how what we're talking about on these streets as an aesthetic decision that would be part of an objective standard of some sort.
Well, I think we've not put El Camino on our lists because there are design standards and zoning, and we haven't experienced projects
don't.
coming to us failing or being poor for lack of standards. I don't
Well,
think.
Are we going to wait for them to come and then we're going to comment?
Well, I think there
The
are.
first, there is one out there, or there may be more than one at this point, 2 or 3, that we could be looking at as preliminary. We haven't even really, yeah, we did preliminary review of the claim. Is that correct?
Yes, we have several large projects on El Camino that are pending right now.
Mhm.
We do have the objective standards that a lot of those are probably going to use. We do have South El Camino guidelines that, have been on the books for some time.
How do you use them when you're reviewing something like those projects?
Well, we review projects against all of those different, guidelines, zoning standards, et cetera.
Uh-huh.
Isn't that where that 12-foot sidewalk width and build to the sidewalk is part of those?
The 12-foot sidewalk, I believe is in the guidelines, but then also in the zoning code itself.
Right, but so we do have design standards and zoning standards along El Camino that are specific to El Camino, right?
The 12-foot sidewalk is the major one that's in the code. But there's a whole South El Camino
Right.
guideline book.
There's the build to the setback thing too, right?
Yes, there's build to lines that are in the
So those are
zoning
all
standards.
that's what kind of thing a coordinated area plan comes up with is
Yeah.
these kind of standards.
Yeah. But
Yes.
then how about the mass of the buildings?
Well, I don't.
Well, we have the step backs are talked about in the objective design standards. And even if a project came in as discretionary, I mean, you could use that as a starting point.
With height limitations in any sense?
All of our zoning codes have a height limitation, yes. And we did rezone, the Page Mill and El Camino area, we did rezone that to allow taller buildings, but it has a limit.
Okay, we don't know about it. I mean, we aren't aware of it yet, right?
No, I think I'm aware of it. There's stuff out there that's happening on El Camino.
I mean, I'm not aware of it, the actual height limitations and zoning bulk drawings of what El Camino would look like.
So are you okay, David, if we try to work through the rest of this list first, and then if you want to come
Okay.
back to it? we
Yeah,
can.
okay. Yeah.
We want to get this done. We were going over the bird safe glazing essentially, and then any other things that we've had on our list for goal number 4. Is there anything specific we want to add to address either in our annual plan? We have just a simple sentence here about ARB should provide feedback to planning staff, council, et cetera, regarding upcoming bird safe glazing and dark sky. Keeping it simple. Any changes to that? We're all in agreement that this is something we should have on our list? Okay, the next one, which will be item number 4, is pet peeve of mine, I guess. I've been putting in these things a long time, but I don't know if I have support on it. Just that there's so little communication back and forth, in my opinion, between us and other boards and the council. And ideally, you'd have some sort of liaison system where you'd get feedback back and forth. And I don't see any harm in telling council that we think this is missing. I'm not sure it's any benefit either, though. The work plan then puts this out as goal number 5 is just to improve this coordination. I don't think anybody will disagree with this, but the real question is how it gets done and what the politics are.
That's exactly my question is, I support this, but what's the actionable steps to get there? What are the actionable
So
steps?
the reality is the council, maybe 3 years ago, came up with the boards and commissions handbook where they debated and studied this quite at length. They didn't really address this particular issue. And that's the time they would have done it if they thought it was important. So should we be striking this from our report altogether in our work plan? Or can we leave it the way it is? That's
No.
the question right now.
I think it's important to note that we feel that something is lacking in terms of the communication. We understand that maybe there's no significant changes to be done at this time, but I do think it's important to keep in there that our opinion is voiced. Formal.
Okay. You're shaking your head, yes? You too, David?
Don't know how to coordinate with PTC. Don't see a reasonable way of doing that at this point.
Do you think there's a coordination that's lacking?
Not sure.
You're not sure about that either. Okay, so right now, let's just decide if we're going to leave this in or not. So that-
One minor thing on this, I do agree that something actionable on this would be nice. And in that, like, for instance, the project we reviewed today, it went through PTC and there was like, PTC recommends XYZ on our report. I think that was really helpful to see what was, a summary of what was like recommended by them. So project by project, I think that's really important for us to know what the other boards or committees are doing. Outside of project by project, I think a better coordination between the commissions and committee boards would be nice, but I guess one is what's the objective and two is how do we get there?
In 3 years, will it lead to anything constructive?
Well, sure. If we had a liaison on the planning commission who came to us this morning and explained in greater depth their discussion regarding the color temperature of the lights, I think we would have found that helpful.
Yes.
And we would find that we're working collectively as a city in one direction rather than having the applicant hear separate opinions and trying to figure it out. So yes, that's the kind of thing that would be beneficial to the city. We could add under the high priority or the description here, create a system of liaisons between various boards and the council. Would that be an action item then?
That's good.
I'll make a note of that then. We'll add that.
Let me just say, there's one of the members, youngest, I think, member on this PTC, expressed interest in getting together with us, and particularly was interested because we had developed a scheme for the parking lot. I think, Peter, isn't that the reason? Yeah. And the Hamilton parking lot. So since we did that, we should share that with all of you here, by the way. I don't know if you.
By youngest, you mean the most recently appointed, not
Most
age.
recently and age.
The
I
age would
think,
be
too.
very inappropriate, David. That's not relevant, but.
Well, okay, the most recently appointed.
Okay, well, to my colleagues, David and I were, I won't say how, but talking with, I think it's Alan Aiken.
Yeah,
I think
Alan.
I know him well from the. He's been
But
in the community
I
for a
know
while.
we were,
And he's recently been appointed to the planning commission.
no, but there's another member who contacted, I think, each of us and said, love to work with you guys.
And we've had just numerous conversations about, how do we put forth some of these ideas collectively?
Mhm.
And they're very eager to talk to us and do things like that. We have to be very careful how we behave when we put these things out there. We have significant strictures on being a public agency. Again, to tell council that these things happen. If you put a liaison in a formal process, at least we do it the right way, which would be good. I would love it to be something that's under the view of everybody, especially council. So we can make note of that, David, but I think that stuff happens all over because we don't have a more formal structure.
It may be good to explain what you would want the liaison to do. If there's a little more detail around that, it would probably help council.
Okay, I'll take it on myself to write a
Yeah.
couple of sentences about it.
Well, and again, the question is how much are we trying to solve today and how much are we just trying to plan for that needs to be solved, right? Same sort of comment as earlier. Do we need to solve it right now or do we need to just put it on the list of items to be tackled?
We're really trying to get the council to pick this up.
Yep.
We cannot do this on our own, and they would be the ones who really define this. So we're just trying to plant a seed, get their attention. I think we've done that. Is there anything that we haven't added to this list that somebody would like to?
Yes.
We have 5 topics here, and I know Board Member Rosenberg had another one.
I have a 5th one I would like to add and at the requests of the fellow board members, if they feel this is appropriate. I'd like to add roof terraces as something that needs to be discussed in terms of coming up with a plan. So the way that I phrase this is, and I can write this, Jody, to you later. The ARB should provide feedback and possible guidelines to staff and city council regarding roof terraces. A, are they allowed? Right? We need to come up with a consensus. Are they allowed? Period. If they are allowed, B, if yes, where, and then what are the regulations? So I think that we just need to sort of come up with a plan. We're seeing a lot more of these, you know, SB 330 buildings, very tall. And a lot of them are requesting roof terraces. We're seeing roof terraces on townhouses, and it's something that's come up again and again. And I do not feel that the ARB has a consistent and comprehensive set of guidelines for how to approach these items. So again, just I think that we should come up with on our list of items to tackle is come up with some sort of set of standards for roof terraces. And maybe it's as simple as we just say they're not allowed. And then that sort of is the end of the conversation. But if they are allowed, then the follow-ups would be where are they allowed? What are the regulations for?
Yeah, I think we've already let the cat out of the bag. They are allowed, but in certain situations, we do have some code language, but we certainly welcome, the ARB's look at that to refine it.
Kendra, could that fit under project goal number 4? That's really intended to address this question of bird safe glazing, but could we put in there as well the issue of roof terraces?
I mean, I yes and no. I do feel like those two kind of go back to back, but I feel that they are separate and not necessarily the same item. So I think that it's almost like getting a set of objective standards almost or a set of standards, guidelines, design guidelines for roof terraces. It is separate and different from bird safe glazing, but yeah, they kind of need to be next to each other. I don't want to go from bird safe glazing to city council, then back to roof terraces, right? So maybe we just.
I thought it might fit better in goal number 2 when we're talking about modifications to objective standards.
Oh, coordinated area plans to encourage housing development and better planning.
So she's talking about.
No, goal
What does
number
it do?
2, item number.
Objective design standard refinements. Okay.
I don't know. I mean, objective standards are in principle supposed to be just a reworking of an existing standard. To make it objective, not subjective. I think we're talking about new standards
Yeah.
regarding roof terraces.
Right.
Roof terraces, there are some code standards, and you do talk about in goal number 4, guidelines and ordinances. So, I mean, it could be changes to existing ordinances as well. And you don't, in goal number 4, you don't have high and low priority.
Yeah, you could, I guess you could put this under project goal number 4. And it's almost like A is bird glazing and dark sky and B is roof terraces, right? Those could be the 2 items that are on the list for, I'd be amenable to that. That's fine.
Well, to the board, are we agreed that roof terraces are a topic we should be putting in here? Have we seen sufficient projects that have lacking direction on roof terraces? Do we think that's an important design item? I'm seeing shaking heads. Okay. So then we will need to have a written description of how that fits from our annual plan and then how it fits into the work plan. We've thrown out the idea of just making it an additional bullet point or incorporating it into either objective standards or the same thing as the bird safe glazing, sort of a change to the regulations.
I'd be happy to help draft that up if that's of an assistance.
Which category, it's your idea, which category, where would this fit into our report?
I'm comfortable with this going under project goal number 4. And then so we've got bird safe glazing, dark sky, parklets, and roof terraces.
Why not put roof terraces first?
Okay.
Roof terraces, comma, bird safe glazing and dark sky regulations.
Right, and then parklet design is also
Okay,
on that
so then,
list, so, great.
Kendra, I need you to provide, please, another bit of text, how that
Sure.
fits in on section 3 of our annual plan.
Okay.
Okay, and then how does that fit into our work plan? Under goal 4, we don't have any high priority or low priority stuff, right?
If we are going to put things on that list, I would say that roof terraces is a high priority because we are seeing several projects coming through with it.
So we're going to put the word roof terraces
Mhm.
between upcoming and bird safe.
Mhm.
So upcoming roof terraces, bird safe glazing, and not quite correct because it's not really upcoming, but let's put it there anyway.
Yeah.
So the rest of this text seems accurate to me. The question is, do we put this as a high priority? And we can just say high priority would be roof terrace regulations and bird safe glazing regulations.
Yes.
Does that make sense to you, Jody?
I think we've got dark skies and riparian that are also moving forward. And the bird safe and the dark skies have actually been tracking together. So that could be sort of one bullet, really.
Okay. We'll put those two in the high priority category and that's sufficient.
Thank you.
Anything else in this report, in this discussion?
My final question would be for our images and bullet points that we need to provide to you. Do you have a specific due date you would like to see those by?
Oh, I wish Claire were here to help with that, but
Well, the packet goes out a week ahead of time. And we're talking about a month from now, right? So really, if we could probably turn this around in 2 weeks, it gives us a week to compile it before the packet.
So today is the 4th. If we said 2 weeks from today, that would be the 18th. We need to get these back to you. So by our next ARB meeting, we should have these back.
okay, so the deadline for providing this feedback on the specific projects is the 18th of April. That goes directly to Claire Raybold, our planning liaison. Okay. If you have any trouble with that, let me know or let Claire know. And don't spend a lot of time on this. It's not a big deal. It's mostly just scouring around to find the right image.
And Peter, that same deadline would apply to the text that I'm going to provide to you for the roof terraces and the text that David's going to provide to you for the California Avenue item. Correct?
Sure, whatever, yeah.
I'll make it the same deadline.
I'd love to get it. Yeah, that doesn't really matter. That's so simple. Okay, so have we beaten this one sufficiently? I'll emphasize again, now is the time to bring up issues, not a month from now. David, do you hear me?
Hear you. I'll
Good.
see if I can get my mind to work that way.
Okay, because we really want to just approve this thing. Okay, next item on our agenda is questions, comments, and announcements. Do we have any from the board? Oh, okay. Oh, did I skip something here? Informational report. After adjournment, Jody, how does that work?
Yes, it sounds, this particular informational report, there is no presentation. I think there's just a staff report in the packet for you to take a look at.
Okay, so then we can adjourn, right?
If there's no board comments, correct.
Okay, thank you, everyone. We are adjourned.
Thanks very much.